Welcome everybody to the latest Tournament of Doom. I'm your host, tournament organizer, professional illustrator, and overall really tall guy, Senior Doom, back after not having power for about 2.5 days. We were supposed to be here on Tuesday. I was all ready for it. And then my power decided to go beep, gone. I was like, oh great, cool. And then it didn't come back. I was like, oh great, cool. And I was sat in the dark for a few days. But now I'm back, and joining me is the ever amazing Eliza. Eliza, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and give some good old self-promotion, all that good stuff, while I have a judge call.
Hey y'all, it's Eliza, coming back at you with another round of casting in the Doom event. If you don't already have me over on Twitter, you can just follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky using... Oh, that's my wife's account. I'm on my wife's account. You can find me on Eliza Sheepos at twitter.com or Blue Sky. I am currently at the in-laws house, so I'm using my wife's setup, and I forgot to switch accounts. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, it was like one time I used my wife's laptop and I did the same thing. I was like, oh, why am I in this name? I'm like, oh, that's why.
It's so funny because usually when I do the self-promo, I use the arrow and then use one of my emotes from my stream, but I wasn't seeing the option because she doesn't have access to my emotes because she doesn't subscribe to my account.
So I'm gonna move over to the metagame, but also we need to move down to table 1 real quick. And just make sure, watching a game, that's what we're doing. For a judge call.
Okay. Do you want me to talk metagame while you deal with the judge call?
I can talk about both. I can do both.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, you know, Sacramento's what, in like under 12 hours?
Easily.
Yeah.
And look what is number 1 and 2 tonight. Lost Zone box. Hydrogen. I think hydrogen, however you want to say it, is going to be...
In the anime, they do call it Hydreigon. Hydreigon. So I'm going to call it that for the night.
That sounds a lot better, but it is picked up popularity. Quite a few people I know who are at Sacramento talking to me about it, but they also were talking about Regidrago. As we do see, yeah. Let's update the list real quick. Standings. Okay. Oh, that game is done. Let's go move back to our little hangout. So then you can just look at what I'm looking at in real time. Because, hey, everyone, the rest of the stream is on delay.
Yay.
But currently, 15-7, mysterious player coming in at the 2-0. Let's see what his list is.
Neo upper, psychic energy. You know, I've seen a lot of Hydreigon players saying that you should be able to cut the psychic energy, that Obsidian's not really worth going for, and you should just be using the first attack. I am happy to see people utilizing the second attack. I think it's super interesting, if a little difficult to pull off, you know, for energy, but, you know, Neo upper as your attach return one other energy onto it, and then counter gain if you're behind, and that attack's online. I think it's a lot more possible than people gave it credit for, but we did see Cyrus recently win a decently sized online tournament with Hydreigon, I believe.
It looks like tonight we have a good deal of players. Well, we got 2 2-0s already, a couple 1-1s, and a couple 1-0s still playing it out. So, I mean, we could see it happen. And we did see it come really close last week when we had Moon Kitty Shira's Lost Zone version, which I think they were playing again tonight. I thought I saw their name on here. There they are. Let's see if it's still... I know they've been playing around with it. Yep.
Well, looks like it. But yeah, this deck has a ton of different variants that you can build with it. Obviously, we've seen variants where people are using Pidgeot to accelerate it. We've seen variants with Lost Zone. I faced a variant earlier today that used the baby Hydreigon, the one that you look at the top 3 cards, attach any energy you want, and then discard the rest. Using Tatsugiri EX to get everything set up. It was a time. So a lot of people toying around with this archetype, trying to figure out exactly how they want to play it.
Exactly. And I found an interesting tech I've already seen playing against it. And it was actually pitched to me as a control tech. Is Lost Zone is putting the baby Rotom into their deck and going after
the item lock one,
the one that removes all items and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get it out there like turn 2, turn 3 when they have like a big enough hand, but maybe don't have it all set up yet. And they're hoping, like just like you do with Eerie, but it's a more effective Eerie. And a lot of them are putting it in there because they're already playing 2 lightning energies. You got the Pikachu, you got the Mr. Smashy Hands, Iron Hands, and so you might as well just throw it in there and see. I will see if I don't know if anyone's playing it tonight in this. We can actually look up cards, but it has shown up. It does not look like it is in anyone's tonight. Sag. But
speaking of cards we're missing, there is only one Reggie's player, and they're currently 1-1, but they are playing a variant that includes Terapagos and Iron Hands. But I've been running a build recently that includes Pikachu EX and Cornerstone Ogerpon EX, and I've been having a blast with it. I think it's really well positioned. I think it's more I brought it to locals, played 7 games with it, and in 5 of those 7 games, if I went second, I was attacking turn 1. And so I wanna see more Reggies, but I'm not gonna get that tonight.
No. And we had Nico in chat, or Demon Slayer, saying they had an interesting version of Reggie Drago they were running. Let's see, Nico E 1-1. Let's look at it. Go ahead and see what we're looking here. We got the Gudra, we got the Kyurem, the Haxorus, the Cleffa. Okay. Well, oh, the Blender as a choice of ace spec.
I hate it.
Hate it? Well, I mean, it could.
Blender hater.
I mean, well, yeah, you hated Blender during the regional, didn't you?
I always hate Blender. I will never like that card, and anyone who tries to run it is just like immediately on my bad side.
you're like go to Blender jail. But
anyway, I'm thinking of playing Blender in my deck, and I want to cry about it. But anyway,
I was like, I wasn't gonna buy the cart one, and part of me is just like, I've been playing some decks that would benefit from it, just like some fun ones. Like I've been trying to get Skeletors to work. I'm like, oh my god, do I really want to take this to locals?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
But looking at the rest of the metagame, you know, we got Lost Box in first, probably the Pikachu variant that's taken off. Like you said, Hydreigon second, Reggie Drago third.
Yeah.
Celerouge is fourth.
Pikachu,
and
Manaphy, Pikachu, Cramorant, Bloodrunner, Saluna, and Sableye all are playing one of. So every deck has those in it. Surprisingly, one deck probably doesn't have Radiant Greninja in it.
Ooh, what's their Radiant? Do we know?
I don't think there's any Radiant. I think they're just not playing Radiant Greninja.
Nah, they have to be.
I wish I could click on it and find out who isn't, but it just puts me to the card.
Yeah, there's one person playing. Everyone's playing Radiant Greninja except one person, and there's no other Radiant in the entirety of the Lost Box decks. So
yeah, so we can't even guess like which one has it or what it is. Like I would think Radiant Alakazam might be it. I don't know why, but it could be it.
No, I just don't think they have another Radiant. I think you're right. Because if you go into the cards breakdown, it doesn't even have a 0.5% for it. Which I think it would be 5 or 0.5, I forget, but that's not the point.
Let's see how Sword Hands here is doing. I refuse to call Pokemon by their real names anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
This one is a Palkia variant.
While you check all of that out, I'm going to hunt down this Radiantless Lost Box player.
Please, and tell me which one.
Oh god, I don't even know who I just opened. Oh, we got Red Octane playing tonight too.
Always a good one to watch. What time did the round start again?
8:15. Oh yeah, 8:15. I was gonna say 11:15 since, you know, I'm in New Hampshire, but
You know what? The reason why I'm asking, someone's asking for an extension with like 2 minutes left, but we got 2 other games with extensions still going. I will play Benevolent and give them a 5-minute extension. If only
Sorry, we just mentioned Red Octane. Red Octane is the Radiantless Lost Box player.
He is.
Yeah, and they're running Monkey Dory.
Oh, I know which one that is now.
Yeah, so it's 4 Comfey, 2 Sableye, Ursaluna, Pikachu, Cramorant, Monkey Dory, and Manaphy. So it seems like they just took the Greninja and swap.
Let's see. Wait, there he is. Oh, and the one that was asking for the extension just finished now. Anyways.
I love it.
Love it. Oh, they're all done, it looks like. It's only like 40 seconds. We'll give it a moment here, and then we will get the next round going, and we will start looking for players. Looks like Mysterious Player's already ready. And he was playing three heads, right? How did you say it was? Hydreigon?
Hydreigon?
Yeah, Hydreigon.
There's an episode in the anime where this guy is like, I have a secret weapon, and he reveals it, and they're like 8 times, like, the announcer is like, he's released his separate secret weapon, Hydreigon, and then it goes over to Ash, and he's like, wow, that's a Hydreigon, and then people in the crowd are like, Hydreigon! They mention Hydreigon in that one episode. They say his name in like a 5-minute span upwards of 15 times. Like,
that's hilarious. Well,
but real quick, of the new decks, new archetypes that we have coming out, right? It's Hydreigon, Celerouge, Arculodon, Arcrelodon, Archelodon.
Yeah, Archelodon. That one won last week. Yeah. Let's see the Obsidian versus Mysterious Player. The double Hydreigon mirror match. Double secrets.
There is a 2-0 Alolan Executor player.
There is? Who is that?
B4RR4CO. They're up against Meep77. We can watch the other game with Mysterious Player for now, but
we'll watch. We'll keep an eye on the other ones. Like, I know a bunch of people want to see the eggs. I know a couple of people I know who are like, yes, I want the eggs.
Anyway, table 1?
Yep, I'll be there in just a second. All right. There we go. Table 1. Let's go ahead and watch that. I want to make sure we get the name set up and the Swiss rounds right, and then we will see the greatest mirror match of all time.
Between games right now.
Yeah, he just checked in. So we are getting there.
I just want to say, Celerouge, for being the 4th most popular deck, I have never seen it be consistently good. I think its overall win rate right now in online tournaments is like 48%, which, like, you know, it's online tournaments. Like, you got to take them with a grain of salt. But, like, I don't know. I'm not sold on the deck, but obviously a lot of people are. Oh, and I did scroll through all the other decks that we have tonight. It's mostly just archetypes that already exist with like 1 or 2 weird counts that make it another deck.
I realize I keep losing my document with all the available streamers. I'm like, why don't I just create a Discord channel for that in my admin section?
All right, so real quick, the 5 other decks that we have are Cornerstone Noivern, running Milotic EX also as a wall. Xatu Mewtwo deck, which is funny. They're running a Azumarill as well.
Oh, I ran into that. I ran into that yesterday. I beat it up pretty badly, to be honest.
It's interesting. A Bronzong control deck, the one that prevents your opponent from evolving from their hand. a Greninja EX with Baxcalibur and Kingdra EX deck, and then a Pikachu Magneton deck that runs one Miraidon EX and a Rangaroo V. This just looks like Miraidon, but with one less Miraidon, so they can't count it as Miraidon.
No Miraidon. Oh wait. Just making sure we don't have people. Making sure we don't have opponents actually jumping in.
Yeah.
Because like I get it. Like I asked to stream, but then people will jump in together with it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like I understand. Thank you for being able to stream, but I don't want both people in because unless both players really trust each other, having both sides. Yeah. And I don't remember how Azul sets it up. Like I've had people tell me you need 2 separate Discord words running to do that.
I've heard the 2 separate Discord thing, and then I believe if you and I are in the same voice call and then we block each other, we can't watch each other's streams even though we're in the same call.
Okay, that would make sense. Like so, like if you had everyone in the same stream, they block each other, but you can only hear each other.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But I'm assuming it's separate Discords though, since all of them are like talking about strategy while they're playing. So I would assume it has to be either the double Discord or it's 2 separate channels that he just jumps between really efficiently.
Yeah.
One of the 2.
It's impressive. I've looked up some different things, but like it's something that doesn't happen that often. Which here we go, get the game going. So I'm just like, I don't really need to find a solution for it.
Yeah. Like this works. Like it's just, hey, get out.
Yeah, just
right.
get it. We will guess what your hand is. It's okay.
What is this? This is Mysterious Player Table 10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Versus the quotation marks Obsidian.
I do like that though. All right. Let me pull up their 2 deck lists while they get the game going. So it's a Lost Box variant versus a Pidgeot variant.
So we're going to see both new toys.
Yeah. Gonna see which one is able to pull it off. Oh, is the Limitless deck list image thing not working right? Because I clicked open as image and it brought me to like the text-based thing.
I've had problems with it in the past, to be honest. When
right.
I mean, open as image from it, it's working for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just the Wi-Fi here doing weird stuff.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi here is really bad, Doom. I can't express.
I am directly hooked into our fiber internet. Like my router is right there, and my computer is right beside it, and it's like a 2-foot cord.
Emily's parents live in a very heavily wooded rural area in New Hampshire, and so like there's like one internet provider and it hasn't updated its internet service in like 2 decades. So I'm in the room with the router.
Hey, Jolly Flame Man, look at the top of Pikachu EX, and there's a rule up there that says why. This game could actually be over this turn.
I love Terra types.
Yeah, I had someone do that to me today. Where they attacked it with Pheasantipity, trying to set up for game for the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept spamming what as I won the next turn. I was like, no.
I will admit, whenever it's a benched Ogerpon, always forget that it's a Terra.
Yeah.
I just try using Radiant Greninja on it, and then I'm like, glitch, hello,
Mm-hmm.
and then someone's like, Eliza, can you read? And I'm like, oh, my bad.
Right now we're just watching Gus for 20.
Is today best of 3?
No,
best of 2?
Best of 1.
Oh, that's such a bummer.
Wait, at least Red Octane's also streaming right now, so we could probably jump to his game unless they've already lost. This is like the stream curse. I don't think we've had someone. Oh no, we did have someone win from their side last week. That's actually how the finals went. where the person hasn't just won.
All right. Looking at the two deck lists, the Lost Box player did have Counter Gain and Counseling Clone. They ran Radiant Charizard, which would have been fun to see in this matchup. It misses knockout by 80, but then damage spread. No, you can't because it's a Tarot, though.
Yeah.
And then the other list ran Petra Run Binding Mochi. Is Binding Mochi common in these decks? I haven't really paid too much attention.
Some that run the Petra Run do. We're going to go jump down to Red Octane's game, because that game ended so quickly.
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
Oh wow,
doom, doom,
he's on
doom,
iPad.
Doom, doom, doom.
Gravy is mid at best.
You're mid at best. Oh,
We stand a king.
there we go. All right, this is Red Octane. This is just straight Lost Box against Charizard. It is on an iPad, which is kind of interesting. So for all you people who have been out there watching, what is it? Pokemon TCG Pocket. This should look about right to you. This is
All right.
Red Octane versus Jade Switch.
Yep. I got both their deck lists up here. We got Jade Switch on the pretty standard Charizard list, running 3-1-2 Charizard, 2-2 Pidgeot, 2-1-1 Dusknoir. Nothing really interesting here. This is the only interesting thing that they have. Their A spec they chose Unfair Stamp instead of Prime Catcher, and then they've included the Gravity Mountain, which hurts themselves?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Also, real quick, thank you for the sub anyways, Mellow Magikarp. As the CEO of Magikarps here, please stop letting them evolve into Gyarados in the hallways. It is causing us way too much money in repairs, and insurance will not cover it anymore. Please.
And then Red Octane is playing that Radiantless Lost Zone box where they just swapped the Radiant Greninja for Monkey Dory, which freed them from having to run water energy. But
there was a Lost Zone list going around that still played Radiant Greninja but played 0 water energy.
Yeah, I can still get behind that. I can't get behind just cutting Radiant Greninja. It's a draw engine, right? Like, cutting consistency just feels so bad, especially in a deck like Lost Box where you're trying to get through your deck as quickly as you can. But I mean, Red Octane's here doing it, so
yeah,
got to be some merit. And honestly, this is a busted hand.
Let's see, there's the Pikachu. The one thing, I've been playing so much Lost Box, the biggest fear you have is when you prize like 4 energy.
Yeah.
Which has happened. And I sit there and I go, oh. I've also got a fear that if I have to play the regular full arts, not the super special ones. I don't know why, but like I feel like I find Colress easier that way. Weird thing.
I played a Reggie's game earlier. I prized 2 Regirock, 2 Regice, or Regigigas in my cornerstone Ogre Pawn, and that was sad. But back to the game real fast. Setting up the 300 damage on Charizard is relevant because with Sableye you can ping 80 onto the Rotom, 30 onto the Charizard, and pick up a double knockout. But Jade Switch does play the Professor's Turo, so if they're able to find it this game, it's going to be a huge bummer for Red Octane just having that damage completely wiped off the board. And now I can see why they'd be running the Monkey Dory in this list, so that way they'd be able to move 30 damage onto this Charizard just to be able to knock it out that turn. So the Monkey, you know what? I can get behind the Monkey Dory, but there's no way for you to set up your own damage.
No.
And now here we go, just Curse Blast puts 50 onto the Pikachu. The Pikachu's in KO range, so this Charizard going to be able to pick it up, but that does mean they're not going to Turos, and if they're not going to Turos, we're going to see a pretty big turn.
I think when we saw the Monkey Dory ended up in the Lost Zone, though.
Well, you don't need the Lost Zone
Oh,
anymore.
no.
Damage
Oh, wait,
is
I didn't
put up on this card. Yeah.
I didn't see them hit the 50. I thought they already
Yeah.
did the turn. I was like, how did they only end up with 50?
It was the Curse Blast, right?
Yeah. Which,
Yeah.
okay, they can get a 4-price turn here if they can find. They have the Sableye.
They have Sableye in hand. They have it.
No. I thought I saw a Psychic in the Lost Zone.
How many do they play?
I didn't see one in the deck.
They play 2 in the deck. So they might have prized one, but did we see Colress in hand? We did. So it's possible that they can get some kind of... Is it in the discard pile? Do they just not have it as an option?
Yeah, see, and there's a Psychic in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, so they prized it, which means the Sableye play is off right now. So just going to go into the Spit Innocently for the 10. Still okay, still not a bad position. They still have another turn to take 3 prize cards, which this deck is more than capable of doing. If they've got the Psychic Energy, if they can set up a Monkey Dory and be able to move 30 onto the Rotom, that puts it at 140. Sableye puts 50 onto the Rotom, 70 onto a bench Charmander, that's 120, that's still game. So there is still a path. They just have to figure out how to get 30 damage on their side of the field. Meanwhile, the Charizard player can just kind of bonk and call it a day.
Pretty much.
Does Charizard play Hand Disruption? I know they do, but how many?
Probably more than Lost Zone. Easily.
Just 2. Yeah. So the Charizard player might dig here to try and find an Iono if they have any left. Without the Pidgeot, obviously, it's pretty difficult. But also, the Last Box player has an 8-card deck with 3 Comfey on the field. So even if you Iono them down to 3, what is it? That's 17 total. They'll go to 14 in deck, draw for turn, 13 in deck, single Comfey, double Comfey. They get down to 9 anyway, so they can see everything that's currently in their deck, and just they'll miss what's in their hands. So, oh, are we gonna see that Dusknoir now? I hope not.
Yeah, that almost sets them up to have a possibility for a game.
Yeah, because if they Dusknoir here, but they're down to 2 prizes, so they can Dusknoir and then just Charizard swing for game. So if they have the Charizard, this is a 0 risk play. It's just, do they have it? Otherwise, if they detonate it and don't win, all Octane has to do is just sprinkle Lost Mine onto the Rotom for game. But they have to have it, right? Probably retreat Radiant Charizard single energy. Or are they just going to pass and hope that they don't have it? Dude, what deck are you running this format?
Lost Zone Pikachu. That's what I've been playing the most.
That's fair. How you liking it so far?
It's been my go-to. I have almost a 70% win rate with it on ladder right now, so it's been good.
Mm-hmm. I've been swapping between a few decks at this point. Mostly I've been on that Reggie's Pika deck, and I gotta say, it is insane. And because of that, Dusknoir, the Charizard player, has just lost the game.
So they did have one more Psychic in there. I thought they were only just wearing 1, but no, yeah, that's it.
It was prized. They run 2 in deck, they lost down to 1, and then they took 1 off the prize cards when they knocked out the Charizard. So if it had been one of their last prizes, wouldn't have been great, but it still had counter catcher to pull up the Rotom to be able to spit innocently if they could recur it. So
we do see Lost Zone here come in. That's the kind of turns like I've been liking about Lost Zone. It's just been really good with that.
It's just been so consistent too. Lost Box has always been incredibly powerful, but it felt like with rotation, it really lost its potential to be able to one-shot things. And even after rotation, it still stayed incredibly dominant with that Iron Hands, with that Blood Moon or Saluna. Like, it never stopped seeing play. Maybe it fell off a little bit, but now that Pikachu has given it the option to hit for 300 and be able to survive hits, it's kind of over. Like, Lost Box is back in a very strong position for this format. Probably one of the archetypes that has never been bad in its entire lifespan.
All right, dealing with this, we got one judge call. We had a player disconnect. And I'll move on, so I'll share the screen here in just a second. And it was fairly early, but now we've been talking for about 8 minutes, trying to get them to restart the match. The opponent wanted, like, how do I know they didn't just have a bad start and said they disconnected? Well, you do get punished, whereas then you don't get to choose first or second anymore, and your opponent gets to choose and gets a free restart, right? But if you disconnect again, then it's a game loss.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. So, like, if you want, and I do write this stuff down, I have a paper down on who ends up disconnecting. If it becomes a trend, then you end up. I'm just like,
song now. Doom, 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 doom,
No more Doom.
sorry, the girl just started going off my ear. Yeah, but yeah, no more Doom. No more Doom for the night.
Yeah, disconnects are a weird one. If it's late into the game, I feel like whoever disconnects just kind of has to eat the loss. But if it's like early on, you can let them restart with that, like you said, that punishment that you have in place, whereas you don't get to choose first or second, like your opponent just gets it off the rip. I feel like it de-incentivizes doing that, and since you are keeping track of it, like, I get why the opponent might just be like, oh, well, I'm not happy with that, but at the same time, like, you can't just actual disconnects happen. Like, you have to give the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, when we know this game is kind of buggy and has those issues.
So let's check out win percentages right now. We have one Alolan Executor at 2-0, one Hisuian Samurott at 2-0.
There we go. Updated.
Yeah, sorry.
Executor is 3-0. Executor is 3-0. Also, Eleves, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. As a person taking money from Jeff Bezos' pocket and giving it to me, you get your name on the Employee of the Month, which is cool. Like, there's a lot of names up there. Just ignore it. You're one of the Employee of the Months. That means you can park somewhere. But yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize there were 7 Snorlax stall players.
There's always plenty of Snorlax stall players.
Don't get me wrong, I love the deck. I just didn't notice it when I was looking at the meta share earlier.
And if you notice right now, the Popplio King actually got to the finals yesterday, last week. The way he lost was, I won't want to say tragic. They set up, they put out one Snorlax block in game 3. Archaludon puts out Duraludon, Attach Energy, pass. They actually went first. That's how it went. One Snorlax block, pass. Ultra Ball, 2 Metal Energy to the discard. Archaludon EX, drop it all onto the Archaludon. KO, game over. 2 turns.
Yep. That's how it is.
And that's how they ended up winning after a really good game 1 and game 2. Like, they just kept attacking with Duraludons until they had everything they needed set up.
Sorry, I just opened the Alolan Executor list and I'm just kind of staring at it right now. It's kind of therapeutic.
Yeah, I need to look at it real quick. Sorry, there's been a lot of various judge calls tonight.
You're good.
We might have to jump to a...
There's so many 2 prizers that people are using as setup Pokemon that, like, Swinging Fene? Feeny? I don't know, is like guaranteed to take 2 prizes. And if it's a Pikachu, like that's insane because you just skip its ability. And then its first attack being able to set up energy literally wherever you want is incredible. Like I'm surprised we're not seeing it more in Regidrago, honestly, since if your opponent sets up a Pikachu EX, it just guarantees you a knockout without having to deal with anything. But
so yeah, I'll reach out to them and their opponent next round. We'll get this little Executor on, see how it is. I mean, I want to see it, right?
I do want to see it. I'm also interested in the Samurott deck if the Samurott wins their match. Because Hisuian Samurott being 3-0 would be insane.
We've had... not Josh S. I actually believe they've just won their game. They won, yeah. See, 3-0. They won off a possible disconnect. That was one of the ones I was dealing with. But it looks like the game was going, and then the disconnect happened.
Mm-hmm.
Which we also have a game with a 12-minute extension because of it. Because, again, we had the people saying, how do I know? How do I do this? Which is fine. But I'm like, just get the game going.
Yeah, like, let's at least get something moving here, guys. Like...
Let's see. Brandon J. I've actually had a couple Hydreigon, Medusa. Hydreigon. I'm going to learn it at some point. Say that the Snorlax stall is favored to them because of how much they can discard. Like they can play it slow enough until they build up a big enough hand, and then just come in and start discarding 3, or they discard like the cards Snorlax stall wants. I would like to see it. Like we have a Hydreigon versus a Snorlax stall, which is possible. I'll reach out to him. I want to see if Hydreigon is enough. Because, like, we all know Lugia beats up Snorlax stall. Where Lugia stands here. We can admit it. But,
I've fallen out of love with Lugia recently.
What? So have I. It's called...
I don't know. I keep trying to play it, and just, like... Nothing is bringing more joy to me right now than flipping over Regigigas and getting to go and just look at the sheer horror on my opponent's face, and that feels better than flipping heads on Messagoza. So
I personally, I just like watching them panic when Pikachu absolutely devastates them for 300, and then the next turn I drop the Gravity Mountain and their poor Charizard's knocked out. And then, if they have something else on the bench, I bring that up with like counter catcher half the time, or beforehand. I'm like, oh no! And I'm like, oh no! Big numbers go burr. I love big numbers go burr.
Let me tell you, Reggie's right now is so much fun because you can get 2 Regigigas on the field, all of the other 5 Reggies, which leaves you with 1 bench space left, and your active position, a Pikachu in the active, and then a Radiant Greninja on the bench. Swing with Pikachu, discard all your energy, your opponent swings into it, you penny it back into your hand, promote Greninja, attach from hand, bench your Pikachu again, retreat, Reggie right back onto it, and then just swing with it again. And if you have the 2 Regigigases on the field, you can use each of their abilities once per turn. And so if you want to, you can just set up multiple Pikachus and just look at your opponent and be like, okay, what do you want to do? Your call here, Chief. Like, it's been so much fun. I feel like I'm playing solitaire.
Yeah, I sometimes feel that with Lost Zone. I'm like, yeah, I'm just playing some solitaire right now. But check out this cloth. 3-0, and every single opponent is 2-1. So there was like no cheap wins for this cloth.
Show me their list.
Let's see the list. The guys see the list. Guys see it.
Got the electrodes, got the cool Petra runs.
Super effective.
Brute Bonnet getting around Pikachu is so funny. Because Cloth hits it and then the poison just pops. Like, Pikachu fans are crying.
Yeah, I do. Like, this matchup is just hard enough for Lost Zone as it is. I usually have to play it as all 1 prizers. Maybe sneak in a Iron Hands at some point. Like, if they play Luminion, that's a free 3 prizes right there. And that can jump me ahead. Latias can also be a target. Like, there's ways I can play around it, but also they can Pecharunt donk me turn 1 without me ever playing a card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always just like, yeah, that's fun. I like this game.
having to pull up Cloth real fast.
Also, Silver
Okay,
Crow,
well,
thank you for the
yeah.
follow. I missed that earlier. I heard the doot, and then I completely blanked. All right, so yeah.
Slash is also fun against Pikachu. Sorry,
Oh,
someone mentioned it, and I was like, ooh.
or Slitherwing.
True. I lost to Slitherwing earlier because it was able to KO me, and I was like, well, I forgot that did that. Concede.
Yeah, and usually, I feel like Raging Bolt has a bad matchup against it, but that's where you have to watch out if they are playing that Slitherwing, or if they're playing the. See here, this one's playing the Slitherwing 3-0. What did they play against? Drago, Medusa, Screamy guy, Screaming Asteroid. That's Rory Moon's new name, Screaming Asteroid.
Screaming Asteroid. All right, let me write that down real fast. Hydreigon.
Hydreigon. Yeah. Well, see, they had the Hydreigon. I would have minded seeing that because I would assume they must be able to just KO their babies before they ever get there. And Turbo Moon. Again, I could see something with that.
Wait, what babies is Hydreigon? Oh, right, because Hydreigon has to evolve, though.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, what babies are you talking about?
the Dinos and Zwellius.
Yeah. I do like that you can just take a standard Charizard list, cut the Charizard pieces, throw in Hydreigon pieces. Wash your hands. Like, you still have to, like, find space for, like, energy acceleration and stuff like that, but in terms of, like, making a basic skeleton, it's just such a good starting point.
For the ninja play, yeah, I've seen that actually too. Terra Orb, like I have not played a deck with Terra Orb yet, but I know so many that do. Just like it's on my buy list just to have it because it's like Cherish Ball for the GXs. It's like, yeah, you kind of got to have it.
Yeah, I think when the set dropped, I bought 8 of them at like my store always sells commons and uncommons at like 44 cents or something like that. So as soon as the set dropped, I grabbed 8 and I was like, eventually this will be good. But
yeah, I've got to make a stop by tabletop, which, hey, I just said the magic words. If you use code DOOM5 at tabletopvillage.com, you'll save 5% on your order. I don't think they have any Surging Sparks left over right now, but I was going to stop by there like on Wednesday, probably, and pick up my buy list. But I'm not going to another League Cup until like December 28th.
out of curiosity, I don't know if you like work with distributors or not, or like if you like talk with them or like talk with store owners about it, because I know you're like store, but our distributors on the East Coast are charging us $150 a booster box for Surging Sparks.
Really?
Yeah, it's apparently so shorted and so allocated that like they're charging us so much that in order to make our normal margin of profit, we're having to sell booster boxes of Surging Sparks for like, I think we're selling them for $205, and then we're selling individual booster packs for $9, and we're still selling them rapidly. Like, I don't like our pricing, to be honest, but like with the distributor like ranking up how much we have to pay, it's like absurd how it's going right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Most of my card buying here comes from tabletop. I buy singles.
Yeah.
Or I have there's a Pokemon Center right by my work, like literally right by my work. One of the automated ones that's been there for years. Thanks to living down the street, working down the street from TPCI, but that's usually how I get it. And like if they have not had Surging Spark stuff put into the vending machine there yet.
Yep. It's so hard to come by right now, and like our store ordered maximum quantities from our distributors for everything: ETBs, the booster bundles, booster boxes, the build-in battles, the 3-pack blisters. We have 4 build-in battles left and 9 individual packs left, and we are completely out of everything else despite the surge pricing. Get it? Surge price, Surging Spark price.
So also the chat, for everyone know, we have a 12-minute extension on a game. It is Raging Bolt versus Raging Bolt. Hopefully they finish before then.
Yeah, they probably won't need the whole extension.
Yeah. Just looking at an average Miraidon players list. And what is it? A very average Miraidon list. I didn't know what to I knew what to expect and I wasn't disappointed.
Yeah, this looks pretty standard. There's nothing interesting here. Oh, whoa, what's that? What's that 30-second? What is that? Blood Moon Valiant?
Oh, have you ever seen this?
No, I've seen it. I didn't think people were still playing it. I thought people agreed it wasn't good.
No, some people are still playing it. Not as often.
Yeah.
But they are out there, obviously.
There's also a Conkeldurr, I think, 2 spots above them in the standings.
Which that one keeps showing up. Like, we get like 3 or 4 of them a week.
Yeah.
R2D2 Rec, oh, that's interesting. They haven't played that before. Which also talking about like pricing.
Precious Trolley.
Which also talking about like pricing stuff. I actually had to raise the prices of all my playmats by $5 this week. Because
of shipping or
no. Production went up $5.
Yep.
Like I used to get mats at when I first started making mats up until about this time last year, it cost $25 for an on-demand single play mat. If I can buy 50 of them, I could go at for like 11 or 12. Now it's up to 35.
Jesus. Yeah, prices, huh?
Yeah.
They just keep going.
So now I need to, like, for the overhead, I have to kick my prices now up to 40. And unless I'm buying 50 of them and sitting on them, which I'm not going to do, it just sucks. So like now I'm like, I'm trying to figure out if I want to move. Yeah, Kepero isn't wrong. I'm looking more into like tokens, but even tokens have gone up because like they're all ready for tariffs.
Doom, listen to me. If you get poker chips that say ability used, burned, and poisoned, people would buy them and just have poker chip, like just like custom poker chips, like the clay ones, not even real clay ones though, like plastic ones, obviously. But just poker chips that just say ability used, burned, and poisoned. I have poker chip burned and poisoned from like Blue Ridge regionals back in 2017, and every time I have them, people are like, pause, where did you get those? I want poker chips.
The biggest seller is this one right here. Golden
yeah, that makes sense though.
The reason why I know the prices went up is my original producer only produced them one-sided, and then they turned out to be a horrible Trump supporter guy. Like they full out took their company and made it into like Twitter and just made a whole Trump thing. Which, whatever. I moved my business somewhere else, and now I can get them double-sided with like glitter and like make them look shiny.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about doing. Kowatska, thank you for the follow. So that's what I'm trying to price out. Like, do I want to get about 50 some odd of them, or go up full 100, and will I sell enough? But the price, if they go glitter, goes up to like I think almost $5 per token, but they would be fancy looking.
I think you skip the glitter at that point if it's gonna be.
I have to
like
double
that much extra.
I'll double check real quick with the producer. I'm looking at a couple American producers. Wood is surprisingly the cheap one. You make anything in wood, you can get wood tokens for like 35 cents. It's acrylic with printed is the hard part. Captain Zatch, also thank you for the follow. But I'm also waiting for their Black Friday sales. They do Black Friday sales and see if they're cheaper. And if I could just do like one big order.
Which it is very funny to me that like wood is so much cheaper, because like even though like acrylic used to be like the cheap thing to use, like it's why we have so many cheap acrylic anime standees and stuff like that. They're the cheap mass producible things that are like super fast, and now acrylics are going up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now for a single custom clear acrylic keychain. If you're just buying one, it is $2.82. It was at like $1.79 earlier this year. And this is without hologram. Double-sided print, same design on both sides. No accessories. Doesn't help either.
Mhm.
But if I order 100 of them, it's 55% off. So, I mean, it becomes cheaper. Or if I order 5,000 of them, it'd be 72% off. Too much wood. What do we think of Hydreigon? Whatever. Hydreigon. We've watched one match with it, and it donked the other deck, so we don't know. All right, round 4 is up for everybody. The game obviously didn't need all the time in the world. So let's go ahead and get that up, and let's find ourselves a game. We wanted to see the Executor. Let's see if the Executor is able to stream. What was their name again? We also wanted to see Brandon is up against. Okay, no, I don't care about that one. Alolan Executor. There we go. Vox and Finum against Lost Box. No, Pokemon TCG prices really varies by like everything. Awesome. Oh, we're going to get the Alolan Executor side.
Love that. What table is this so I can get deck lists?
It is table 9.
Okay.
They said they can, so we'll get them. And I'll make sure.
Them and Voxen. So what's the matchup? Lost Box versus Alolan Executor, it looks like?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which will be interesting considering, like, I don't know. I don't know the matchup between either of them, so.
So the Alolan Executor does nullify one of the bonuses of the Pikachu, because the Pikachu can avoid obviously getting knocked out by damage, but Executor just has an attack that says knock out a basic Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field. Yes, you have to flip a coin to figure out if you're targeting the bench or the active, but with Iron Hands, Pheasantipity, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, there's a lot of 2-prizers that the Lost Box could end up with on the field. And if none of those end up on the field at the same time as Pikachu, then I think Lost Box will be favored, but it's going to be playing a game to try and get around that.
Yeah.
Notably as...
Move us real quick. There we go. But yeah.
Notably, as Jolly Frying Man pointed out, there is no Briar in the list. So Alolan Executor going to have to be taking those long prizes. I will say, though, KOing a Comfey with the first attack so that way you can keep accelerating energy onto your Pokemon isn't a bad thing. And in this deck, you run enough grass that even Ogerpon itself could be a potential attacker. And there's another, Execute going first can just evolve. It's you can swing with it turn 1 to evolve it. That's its attack. And so we could see the Executor be able to set up super early and be able to fight back.
All right, here we go. Lost Box is going second, and the Executor here has... Well, they're giving him a mulligan. Oh, but they do have the Iono, so they can kind of get out of this, but not exactly what you want to see for a starting hand.
Yeah, no, not great here. Hopefully the Iono can find them. Do you discard some of the energy? Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say... Oh yeah, they win first. They can't Iono.
They got Iono. They're going to be behind a turn, but it also depends on what the Lost Box has. Most Lost Boxes are not going to be able to KO that Pheasantipity without a lot of help.
Yeah, I think the only way the Lost Box player would be able to do it is if they're able to get 7 into the Lost Zone, get that Ursaluna down, do double Mirage Gate, and then switch and manual retreat, switch and manual attach. So this Pheasantipity is safe. Alternatively, 7 and then Pikachu, single Mirage Gate attach for turn retreat. So could get there.
We'll have to see and wait. Right now, the Lost Box player is checking their prizes, which is probably the best thing you need to do as a Lost Box player. So, like, I've had my favorite way to check prizes with Lost Box is please just give me Hisuian Heavy Ball, like off the first turn. Poof. Okay, now I know. The worst time was I did it and I saw I prized 5 energy, 2 lightnings, 3 waters. I was like, well, there goes Greninja and there goes Pikachu.
Mm-hmm.
And Iron Hands is all, what about me?
With the Reggie's deck that I've been playing, you've been able to every time I have gone second, I usually get down to 20 cards in deck at the end of my first turn, and I like have already played heavy ball and like I know what my prizes are, and I have a full bench of 8 and I'm just big chilling. The deck is so much fun. I love heavy, and there's the heavy ball, like you were saying, Doom.
Here it
It's
comes.
next level.
I actually don't even know if I have a heavy ball on my IRL cards. I might need to go buy one. Or I might have one and it's stamped. But then that means I have to go through all my stamped cards.
Mm-hmm. All right, they just grabbed the Pikachu, so
We know it's there. There's no way they're gonna hit 7 this turn.
I don't know. It's Lost Box.
They're
They already Colress. They already flower selecting, so they're at 3. This is going to put them at 4.
This puts them at 5. They're at 5.
5. It was Colress and then 2 flower selectings, right?
This is the 3rd flower selecting.
Oh, so they're at 5. So just a Tool and then Lost Vacuum, right? And then they're there.
Yeah.
It looks like they know they can't get there. So
They're just gonna put the damage, which I mean damage is always good.
yeah, especially in Lost Box, this Pheasantipity is now in range of a knockout with Sableye later on. So the Alolan Executor player kind of big chillin'. Obviously, we have to see the Iono here. There's nothing else going on.
You lose the game next turn if you don't get anything. You've got something. Not exactly what you want.
Ogerpon, Nest Ball, Execute, Mew. They can't play out the hand low enough, so grab Execute and just sacrifice the Pheasantipity.
You could also
Just energy switch.
yeah, you can energy switch and make your Crispin better for the next turn. Like it kind of sucks.
Yeah, or you can just retreat into the Ogerpon, have it soak up a damage, and then hopefully have Pheasantipity for next turn. But with your opponent already at 5 in the Lost Zone, you're just so worried. Comes the retreat, putting up. It has to be the Ogerpon. You can't lose the Execute.
Now, if your opponent hits 10 and stabilize it, I'll laugh.
I mean, Execute has 30 HP.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'll laugh about it.
They don't have enough to KO Execute and Pheasantipity, but they get pretty close. Ugh. Just rough for the Execute player here. But the Lost Box player does not have any like Hawlucha or Radiant Alakazam or any shenanigans, so we're at least not seeing a 3 prize turn. Unless we see Iron Hands Prime Catcher.
Darby 2048, thank you for the follow.
Kaporo, yeah. You never want to put down 2 prize Pokemon until you have the KO secured with Lost Box. But sometimes you don't really get a choice.
Yeah, like Bear start. I'm like, yay, Bear.
I feel like whenever I have Bear or Radzard in a deck, I feel like my chances of starting it shoots up by like 90%. But here we go. Here's the boss. Pulls the Pheasantipity up. Do we have Iron Hands? If we have Iron Hands, we're seeing a 3 prize turn. No. I almost don't like KOing the Pheasantipity here.
Right? You don't know what's in your opponent's hand, but...
Who just joined?
Just one moment. Let me go ahead and restrict the amount of users that can be in here. Dude, there we go.
Yeah, because they tuned in, joined the stream, and then aren't at any tables anymore.
No, I always ask players, please don't join on the ones we're casting in, only because we don't know if you're an opponent or not, or if you're relaying information to the opponent. Like we are at least on delay, so there is a delay to it. and if it becomes obvious your opponent's cheating, I will come in. We've had it happen about 3 times now over 3 years. So it doesn't happen much. You don't gain anything by stream sniping.
Hand information. That's it.
Well, okay, I mean, you gain that, but you don't get better because of it.
Yeah.
All you're doing is...
Some people just want the online Mickey clout.
There's online Mickey Clout? Where is it? I haven't gotten in it yet.
I don't know. Callie Moore kind of farms it.
Yeah. I need to actually play in some online tournaments. I've been slacking.
Yeah. But anyway, we have this Comfey in the active. Has the rescue board on it. So just Pikachu, Mirage Gate, attach from hand, knock out Executor, right? I'm not missing anything here.
No.
Obviously, the Lost Box player needs to have the pieces, but it's Lost Box. They have it.
You'd be surprised. You would. I'd say, did he prize the pizza? But then we already saw that.
Yeah, we saw him take it off the heavy ball at the start. But it did get Iono to the bottom of the deck, but here's a nest ball, so like, oh.
There's the Pikachu.
There's the Pikachu. Does the egg deck play Thornton? No. Okay, so if this Executor dies, they don't have... This Executor gets knocked out and kindly brought to the emergency room. Then there's not much the Executor player can do, I don't think.
No, I mean, you can probably Night Stretcher for the grass energy, maybe try to draw a card off of Ogre Pawn.
Grab the Fez, probably, right? Draw 3.
Yeah. There's no way that Ogre Pawn's getting powered up this next turn unless Evan or Crispin.
Yeah. Unless you find a second Ogre Pawn, and then you get 2 Ogre Pawns, 2 grass, and an attach return, but like, wow, that's a lot.
And Pikachu's still not going down to that.
Yeah. There's the attach return, and the pass!
Oh no! You can't Night Stretcher for it, but...
He can get the grass energy and start setting up the Ogre Pawn and then Ultra Ball for something. If you have draw support Pokemon, he has a Mew EX, so Ultra Ball, you can toss the Switch and the Energy Switch. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
use this.
Draw with the Ogre Pawn.
Yeah.
There we go, get the Ogre Pawn.
The Energy Switch is useless. Okay, so bench the second Ogre Pawn. I would Ultra Ball, get rid of...
the 2 switches.
Boss. I would actually get rid of Boss Switch here.
Yeah, because
so that way you can Energy Switch and then still get Mew, and then you can draw 3 off of it, right? Maybe?
Maybe.
I could see Boss or Energy Switch has the discard.
Because you're 50-50 if you're going to KO it off the bench or in the active.
Yeah, and so I would rather keep it on the bench, and they still need the fighting energy for that to happen anyway, so. You don't play the boss.
Well, at this point, you kind of feel like you have to get 3 cards instead of 2.
That's fair. You boss it up, and if you miss the fighting energy, you know, you still set it up for knockout next turn, right? Like,
right.
It's not horrible. Oh.
Well, I mean, you're taking a KO, kind of taking a KO here. Or not a KO, setting up for a possible KO. We're going to see the Hyper Blower instead. Ooh, that doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, it is notable that their opponent didn't have a way to switch last turn, so like maybe, or just didn't have the attack, but if they didn't have the attack, why'd they bench the Pikachu? So maybe they're just hoping their opponent's a little stuck?
I think they might have put the Pikachu down out of fear of hitting it on a flower selecting with something they needed.
Maybe. Their deck is getting pretty thin, 15 cards to 35. But again, this is such a rough start from the Executor player, right?
Sableye, okay.
Can set up some damage, but we're getting the Mirage Gate down.
Well, they have 1 metal in the Lost Zone.
I gotta sing the Doom song now.
If you play 2,
Doom, 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 doom,
And there's the attach return.
There we
Okay,
go.
so we are going to see knockout onto this this Alolan Executor.
Yeah, it was a bit risky. Hockey Dude, thank you for the tier 1 sub. As the CEO of Hockey, please, 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 please put pads on the Pikachu before you put them on the ice. They may be terrestrialized, or however you say it, but they are still very, very fragile. I'm tired of sending Pikachus to the infirmary for scrapes and stuff. Counseling Cologne. Is that for like the mirror or something?
It could be for the mirror. It could be to get around Cornerstone Ogerpon. There's honestly a lot of decks running around these days that I'm like, man, I sure would love to just run Canceling Cologne.
And now it becomes, how do you get 4 prizes?
Yeah. Egg.
Egg.
I don't think you bench it.
No.
I think you keep it so you can Crispin, grab grass and some other type of energy, use Ultra Ball, get rid of something and something, go get I don't even know here. This is so rough. Like, you can't KO this Pikachu. You need to... Can you even Crispin here? Do they still have an Iono in deck? Like, we saw them use one early. They do still have an Iono in deck, unless it, like, went somewhere while we weren't looking. But...
Are they possibly hoping to get the Execute here to evolve itself and say you don't have it?
Ooh, there's the Iono.
Okay. That's huge. Okay.
Bug catching set has to be huge here.
Okay.
That's enough to swing. You had the energy switches, so like you are at least attacking.
Hello there.
What's up, everyone coming in from the Bolt Up stream? I'm Senior Doom, tournament organizer, or professional illustrator, part-time lumberjack. As we are currently in round 4 of the Tournament of Doom, joining me tonight is Eliza. I almost call this a sheet post.
That's a joke.
I know it's a joke. Okay, I just almost walked right into it. Bolt Up, I'm assuming that because you're rating me, your night did not go as well as you hoped. Let me go check. But thank you for the raid anyways. Please, everyone chat, please give a follow to the Bolt Up. They are very good player who plays a lot of good road decks and also has a podcast, The King's Rock. Please go give it a listen as well. I'm going to go check, see what happened.
We have the Pikachu healing with Switch card here. The opponent's able to get into this Comfey. We're going to see Flower Selectings. Unless they're able to set up this Pikachu, they're not taking another 2-price turn. Unless they can find a way to set up Ursaluna, which is just the same amount of resources as Pikachu. So, like, that's not a good thing to do.
Ursaluna will finish out the game.
Yeah, and, you know, this Execute on the bench, it isn't really, like, a risk to put down, because it's not like... I guess if your opponent finds a way to Iron Hands it, but if they have Gust Iron Hands, they just have Promote Pikachu Swing, right?
Right.
So... See the second Comfey coming out here, which means that they might actually be in a bad position here.
Iono can be the worst thing for Lost Zone. Like, you sit there and be like, oh yeah, you can comfy. Depending on how many resources you've already went through, it could just be absolutely devastating.
And there's so many resources in the discard pile. The question is what are we gonna see here? Concealed cards. They do have the Sableye set up, so if they wanted to retreat and either set up damage or KO that Execute, they do have the option. Just checking all those resources. We see that they have a Super Rod in the Lost Zone. I don't know if they had one elsewhere.
Okay, we just see the
Counter Catcher up the Ogerpon. They're trying to stall.
And they're going to take the 1 prize here.
So the Lost Box player does play 4 Super Rods, so one in the Lost Zone isn't a big deal. They'll get into it eventually. But they're setting up this Mew going to be able to take up that KO next turn, and the Executor player doesn't play any way to heal. There's no Turos, there's no Poke Vital A, there's nothing like that. So the Sableye is going to be able to pick up a KO next turn if they want to. It's just a matter of if they're going to be able to recur it.
Yeah, we're out of Ionos, I believe.
Yeah, we saw one played turn 2, and we saw one played just last turn, so they are out, and I didn't see any Palpads in their list.
I did not
Correct.
either.
So we'll have to see what we're looking at here. They at least have knockout on the Sableye, but their opponent's deck is down to 8, and they have 4 prizes left. So just a really, like we said, rough start.
Yeah. Oh, Maddow, that's awesome. I'm glad your stuff came in. You're going to hate me. I talked about this earlier. I'm looking again at holographic versions. Wait, oh, Sparkling Crystal does work with Ogerpon, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Ogerpon requires its damage scales off of energy attached, and so Sparkling Crystal doesn't do anything for it.
Yeah, it's meant more for the Alone Executor.
I think they just grabbed it so that way they could get it out of their deck. More energy. Their play is hoping their opponent doesn't have it. Or, let me double check something here. You know, with the 3 water energy in this deck, I could see them, and they play Crispin, I could see them trying to justify the Radiant Greninja as an include in Alolan Executor as a draw engine, and with energy switch shenanigans, it could be a potential attacker. It wouldn't come up super often, but just having the draw might be nice, right?
Right. All right, let's see what Lost Zone's response here is. Rod. Oh, Bear.
Ursaluna. Super Rod.
One
Mirage Gate.
game. Yep. There it is. Bear has probably been the most consistent attacker I've had in Lost Box. So many games I've closed out because of it. I've also won games because I have had no other attacker and I put 5 energy on it.
It's just such a good attacker, and you know, because it's a colorless, that just scales up with like relevance whenever your opponent takes a prize card. It's really splashable in anything, and a lot of decks can't justify it just because it's a 2-prizer and they have better options. But the decks that are looking for that little bit of extra help, it's just so splashable.
Exactly. Womp. Womp. All right, let's go ahead. Let's check out what's winning now.
Very interested. Very interested.
Is Clothforo, is it going to continue? Here we go. I don't see it.
I don't see it. It hasn't finished.
It has not finished. Now, Maddow.
Noctowl.
Real quick, Maddow, looking at holographic mats, we're talking like $70 a mat. Like, I've already kicked my prices up just for regular mats. Now, doing a holographic, expensive. Palkia Noctowl, you're right. Mexican Brownie. Look, Gouging Fire. 3-1. What has it beat? It beat its other ancient friend, Lost Zard, beat up Tarapaco's Dusknoir. How did that deck fall off? Did I lose you there?
Sorry, I'm looking at custom poker chips.
Yeah, no, I can give you pricing on custom poker chips. I can give you pricing on custom acrylics. I know exactly where all to get those.
Well, I just found custom clay poker chips. 100 chips for $104. You turn them into ability markers and poison and burn counters. So like you get like 10 poison, 10 burned, 80 ability used clay poker chips. People will buy them for like $5 a pop, and you just 5x your like thing if you sell them all. You only need to sell 20 to make your money back. Like, But anyway.
Anyways, that's the other problem is like self-promotions. Like I'm horrible with sometimes. But I can get...
Maybe I just do this. Maybe this is just like my hobby now.
I can get 100 wooden pins for $250 each with custom colors. Like that's not even doing like laser burned, where I can get those for about $2 a piece. So I don't even have to like have printing on them. It could just be like laser burned in, which those were a little bit cheaper, but that's doing 100 pins. If I did 5,000 $1 a piece, sit outside of a regional, who needs ability use tokens? Kicked out. I did get threatened at one regional to be kicked out because I was making sells over Twitter to people. And they would come up and pay me with like PayPal right there. Not supposed to conduct business there, I guess.
Where's Celeruge? Bottom of the table. Every time.
Every time. What's rolling out Bouffalant and Cologne with Trifrost? If you shut off the active, the curly wall is still working because of the bench boof, right? I believe that is the ruling. You judge enough. Would that be the ruling to you? Because it fulfills the two requirements. One, both Bouffalant in play, and one on the bench would have the ability still, right?
Yeah. Because you only turn off the actives, and the bench one just says if there's another Bouffalant, which its ability isn't I'm a Bouffalant. So if it was that it had to be a Bouffalant with the exact same ability, then things can get weird, but I'm not 100% sure on what the wording on it is.
I know,
I'm pretty sure it's just if you have another Bouffalant.
As long as you have at least one other Bouffalant in play, all your basic colorless Pokemon take 60 less damage from attacks.
Yeah, so as long as there's one Bouffalant with the ability, even if the other doesn't have it, you still get the damage reduction. Because you could technically play the Stellar Crown Bouffalant with the Lost Origins one that lost zone's energy, and it would still count for the reduction.
Why does Ceruledge suck? Because people don't know how to build it yet.
Ceruledge isn't holding up because while it has infinite damage scaling, a deck like Goldango does more damage for less resources. And so Goldango, which is its own draw engine, is just able to do it better. Celeruge does have that crazy, what is it? I forget what its stellar attack is. Raging Amethyst for 280, discard all energy from this Pokemon, and that's just worse Pikachu. So, and the fact that Abyssal Flames is 30 plus 20 more for each energy in your discard pile, that's 5 energy just to deal 130. So if you want to KO like a 2-prizer, let's say you want to KO something with 230 HP, that's a Terapagos, you need 10 basic energy in your discard pile. It's not impossible, it's not difficult to do, but if you wanted to do the same thing with Goldango, you would just need 5 in hand.
Right.
That's a superior and just a draw. Like,
yeah, I feel like having cards in hand is easier. Like some people were like, oh, this is just Blounds all over again. I'm like, no, Blounds is more like Goldango. Just have it all in hand, just or attached. You know, it was easier to do that. Well, Blounds was just in hand, right? Now I'm sitting here like doubting myself.
Yeah, it was discard from hand because you would cycle Fire Crystal to get it back. Or are you talking Baby Blounds or Blounds GX?
I'm double checking them. Oh yeah, Blounds GX was attached. Baby
Blounds was from hand. Yeah. I loved Baby Blounds with Pidgeotto. It was so much fun. And then on top of that, what was it? Pidgeotto Control, when you were able to Lieutenant Surge, Bell Bryson Man, Mill 3, Bell Bryson Man, Mill 3, promote Mewtwo, tag team, attach a fire energy, copy Magcargo GX from the discard pile, Mill 5, your opponent loses 11 cards in a single turn. Oh, I miss it. I miss it.
I don't. But hey, round 5 is up. Let's go ahead and find a match.
All right, let's see. What do we have at 4-0? We got
Couple stalls.
Guardy, Charizard, Hydreigon, double stalls, double Lost Box. It's double Hydreigon, double Charizards. Palkia Noctowl is still in. Might be fun to catch that, depending on what it's facing.
It is up against stall.
Blacks. What's the Palkia deck list? How many switching cards do they run? Barely any.
2,
but
technically.
everything in their deck is able to attack. Technically 3 because they run Kyrian, Prime Catcher, and Switch. Do they have a way to recur the Kyrian? No. So I'm gonna say that's gonna be a boring game to watch, and we shouldn't watch it.
No, it's one of those ones. I was looking towards the 3 1s. We just had Executor on. What's Cloth up against? Gouging Fire. We can see if they Cloth versus Fire.
That'd be fun to watch, yeah.
Let's see. I'm looking for them.
And if they end up not being able to, we could watch Poplio King versus Julcy 92. It's Snorlax versus Guardy, which isn't like a high intensity matchup, but it is a very technical matchup, and it might be fun just to
That was a
have a stream game that lasts the whole time.
That was the semifinals of the regionals.
Last week? Oh, yeah.
The best of 3. That was against, well, it was similar, but it was against All Out Blitzel's version.
Oh wait, how's Samrock Guy doing?
Ricky said yes.
Okay.
So either one.
What table is Iriki?
They haven't set up yet, but they said they can. There they are. Table 2.
Sorry, I meant in the pairings.
Oh, table 15.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm so used to like,
No,
oh,
you're good.
here's what table? Table 2. That's the one I'm looking at now. Oh wait, no. All right. So we'll have that.
Let me get both their deck lists up here, pull this up, and then wait for Chrome to stop lagging.
Yeah, that's the problem sometimes. All right, and game is going.
All right, so let's do quick math. Cloth can hit for Gouging Fire has 230. Cloth can hit for 190 plus Brute Bonnet Poison. That brings it up to 200 plus Hisuian Sneasler. That brings it up to 220. And then nothing good happens. Unless they don't retreat, in which case you have it. Because then they die to poison in between turns. They get knocked out due to poison in between turns. Do they have a good way to KO Gouging Fire?
What's up, Stellar? Yeah, that's the question: is how are they going to KO the Gouging Fire? We could. Well, no, I gotta see a poison. I'm like Roaring Moon. Oh wait, I forgot. This is not just Gouging Fire. This is Ancient Box with EXs.
Oh, that's way more interesting. Never mind.
Yeah, no, that's the Gouging Fire that's been going around. Is essentially Ancient Box with EXs. They also have
Thank
Mochi.
you, Christmas.
They also
They
have
do
Mochi.
play 3 Mochi.
And don't they have? And they have the bear. The bear can actually hit for 280.
Yeah, but that's like a late game thing. I was thinking early game. But yeah, so they have the Mochi.
Executor game didn't go well.
The Executor player just did not set up at all. It was just a really rough start. Their turn 1 was start Pheasantipity attach pass.
Yeah, not a good start.
Is there someone with Terapagos and Iron Bundle on Lost Zone? I don't know. I don't even know if there's Terapagos in Lost Zone today.
Right, there's not a lot of Terapagos. It fell off pretty fast. I'm surprised we're not seeing more of that deck still.
Well, specifically in Lost Box, it could be a cool attacker in Lost Box. It looks like there's one person playing it in Lost Box. Nope, that would be 4 people playing it. Might be 4 people playing Terapagos in Lost Box. I'll go hunt that down while you talk about this match.
Yeah, right now we're probably going to see a poison. We do see the Latios something. Any Pikachu believers in chat? I'm a Pikachu believer, Steuben. Just got donked.
I'm a Pikachu believer with Reggie. I'm not going to shut up.
You know, we had a game where the game froze up on turn 1, and it's just like, oh yeah, no, go ahead, reset. Both players played the tournaments before; they're good.
There's someone with a Terapagos in Lost Zone, but no Iron Bundle. This one also doesn't run Bundle. They have Terapagos Iron Thorns though. That's pretty cute. Oh,
we see the Greninja put into the active. You know what card I've seen a couple times also in Lost Zone that's really techy and small? Silene.
I love that as a card. But I hate how much I have to flip coins.
Yeah, but when it happens though, when you get it, it's so good.
Alright, the Gouging Fire has 280 now, so it's a little harder for them to knock out. What are we gonna see with this Nest Ball? Is this their first turn? Could we not just see a Squawk here? I know they're just prize checking, but...
Yes, it is their first turn. So we could see a Squawk here. We could see just the Brute Bonnet setup.
Use Arven to grab maybe... Ooh, okay.
What's up, Day Camp? Yes, it does sometimes.
Oh, Day Camp, I feel you on that. I don't know who it is at my locals, but someone recently has made the decision to stop wearing deodorant. And I don't know who it is. And I've been trying to figure it out for like 3 weeks. But like, it's never in the same area. It's never around the same people. So I'm wondering if it's me. But it's not, because I've like looked at my like locals and I've been like, hey, do I smell like bad? And then they'll smell me and they're like, you're fine. And then everyone around starts checking themselves and no one has a reaction. So like, I don't know who it is, but someone smells. You're gonna see the Luminion come down. We have 4 Sealstone in hand too. So what supporter are we grabbing? Research, that makes sense. Okay, so attach the 4 Sealstone before research. See what this gets us. Whole lot of nothing. God, what do we do? Do we force Sealstone for... We don't even force Sealstone here. Okay. Opponent play Lost Vac? Maybe? No. So the Forest Seal is safe unless they get one of their 2 bosses.
Okay, Daycamp said hot tip: if your pits stink, you can rub hand sanitizer on to help get rid of the smell. My son loves hand sanitizer, and he has issues being autistic with his stuff. Because he does that, we taught him that when he does that, he can also put it in his pits, and he does that like naturally. So he puts hand sanitizer on, then he puts his hands in his pits. I'm like, whew, the rest on that BO.
I thought, oh my god, Doom, I thought you said he could put it in his piss.
No.
And I was like, why is your son putting hand sanitizer in the toilet?
No.
What does that do?
I meant his pits. You know,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's what we were talking about. No, normally when my pits stink, I just go into the bathroom and wash them using hand soap. Yeah. And yeah, that's weird, but like at least they don't smell anymore.
Yeah.
But all right, we see this Petra run get knocked out. We saw you drink hand sanitizer. Doom, your chat's out of control.
They're always out of control.
You know who's out of control? Me. I should play Snorlax.
We're going to only put Snorlax mirrors on for the rest of the night.
Don't do that to me.
No.
I actually love watching the Snorlax mirror. It's just whoever misses Silene first wins. I mean, loses.
I remember once we had this is the one where we had to decide, like, oh god, this is where we learned the tiebreaker and top 8. If you're stuck in an infinite loop, is whoever had the higher seed. We had Paris Snorlax's stuck in an infinite loop.
But so if it's a pair of Snorlaxes in an infinite loop, you have to restart the game at least once.
At that point, we were out of time.
Yeah. So you make them play. So officially, if you're out of time, and they're stuck in an infinite loop, you have to make them play sudden death. And then if sudden death gets stuck in the infinite loop, then it goes to higher seed. But no one does that. Well, that's such a waste of time.
Yeah, it would be 100% a waste of time because we needed to get top 8 moving. And the only way we were going to get top 8 moving was by finishing that game.
Yeah. And that's why we played Chi-Yu.
No, one of them did play Chi-Yu. It was stuck on the bench because there was double block locks up. And the only thing they could do was pitch it back. Everything else put its cards back in their deck, gone. There's no way they missed. They both missed Silent flips.
Wait, neither of them saved accompanying flute for the end game? Did they both fill their bench? That's the end game. Is just if your opponent shuffles Pidgeot back in, you just flute them and then you laugh at them.
They had both missed. They had missed everything. It was all the worst case scenario for them.
Okay, here we go. So we see the unhinged scissors coming out with the binding mochi. Gets this thing up to 240. Bit of a bummer that we don't have another one on the bench set up, ready to go. But
yeah, and we lost the skateboard trying to get anything set up here.
And we did use the V-Star power. Do we have Pecharunt though? Because if we have Pecharunt in deck, who cares? We don't. We don't play the Pecharunt EX. Because it only promotes dark types and we're not running more Pico. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that, but
I don't know. We'll have to see what happens here.
They're doing well for not having it, so they know better than me, obviously.
Well, they do play Lost Vacuum, and we know it's in deck, so they could Arven Lost Vacuum here, get 2 prizes. But the question is, are they going to be able to get another cloth set up?
I mean, they have Arven. I have to imagine they can get it set up. Maybe not into the active, but they can get it set up.
I mean, you'd hope maybe one of your 2 prizer fish here doesn't get hurt. Maybe.
We only lost one skateboard, right?
I believe they prized the second one.
They only play one. So how can we get another cloth? Arven, Nest Ball, grab Binding Mochi so we can get the bonus damage. Wouldn't even need it at this point.
We just get Iono'd here.
Yeah. There's another world where if they don't retreat this Gouging Fire, we just go and get our second Pecharunt, and then Pecharunt just ticks it down with poison. But because the baby Pecharunt makes poison do more. Might not even need that, could just grab Sneasler.
We'll definitely see.
They're gonna retreat.
They gotta retreat. Well, I mean, they can still attack, but they attack with the first attack. They're not winning. They're gonna watch that get KO'd.
Yeah. This is the one benefit of Cloth, being able to take these 1 prize turns, and yeah, sure, your opponent can boss around it, Prime Catcher around it, whatever gust effects they have in their deck, but this ancient box with EXs, they play 2 boss, and that's their gust. So your opponent's going to have, even if they KO two prizers, they still have to KO 2 1 prizers, and the entire time you're just swinging with 1 prizers. I guess my only concern would be Cloth has 120 HP, and that Delphox V does deal 120 to the active and 120 to the bench. So the Delphox V that's in this ancient EX box could be able to KO 2 Cloth if we ever see 2 get set up. But Pheasantipity in hand, Ultra Ball in hand, Double Turbo in hand, we are going to be able to see a Cloth this turn. Just gotta figure out if we can actually get it into the active.
You may have to sacrifice something. Well,
You play 2 switch carts, so if you can hit the switch carts, I think you're good.
You might also be able to attack with Electrode here. Oh, Latias.
For free retreat, so you have to hope to hit the Latias off the Iono, I guess?
Yeah, because you already have the energy.
I just don't know why we didn't grab Squawk that turn 1. The hand was full of good resources, but I feel like you needed to get that attack off, but... I don't play either of these decks, so like, what do I know?
Yeah, trust in the player sometimes.
Alright, so we have Iono here. We do still have access to Pheasantipity. Don't see the switch card. Nest Ball, Latios is coming out.
Come out and play. And hey, you even got enough. You can get another cloth down and be ready for the next turn.
So I feel like you Pheasantipity first, just so that way you can see what other basics you get, what other cards you have, because it might change what you Nest Ball for here. It should just be the Latios, but like if you hit the Latios, you know?
Oh, you might be able to take 2 prizes this turn. Last vacuum the Squawk. Squawk's not doing you any good. There goes 1.
There's the Bravery Charm.
Too bad.
That's 2 prizes. And then...
how hard did...
Have we town stored?
Yeah, they did for the... Oh, they got the Mochi off the prizes!
Mochi! Oh my god.
Because they town stored and all they had left was the booster energies.
Yep. And so we're going to bench the Latios here. You don't want to bench the second cloth because you are scared of that Delphox V. Delphox V comes down and washes 2 of your cloths, and you have ways to get them back with Night Stretcher, but like I do feel like it's better to just hold on to them at this point. There's the poison, there's the Mochi, here's the 210, and it already has 20 on it. That's going to bring them down to a 4 prize cloth turn.
Oh, that Iono, that turn, just everything they wanted.
It just lined up so perfectly. And, you know, looking at the other side here, they don't have a way to KO this cloth unless they swing with a 2-prizer, which just plays right into the opponent's hand. And, you know, the cloth player is going to be able to promote whoever they want here because the Latios has free retreat. And then they can just throw down the cloth. They can hunt down Radiant Sneasler. But, okay, here we go. Here's the Delphox that I was expecting. If they have Lost Vacuum, I believe Brute Bonnet has 120 as well. Stellar Wish, the 4 prizes were Lost Vacuum onto the Bravery Charm on one of the pre-damaged Gouging Fires. That was 2 prizes, and then Swing into the Active. That was another 2 prizes, because it was already softened up with 20 damage. What are we looking at here? I'm rooting for the cloth player because it's so funny, but Delphox V has such a spot in my heart.
I've used Delphox V in so many different decks. I've had it in Charizard, I've had it in Lost Box once. Oh, what else? It's just been there. It's just a good card. Just not
like
great
zoning
card.
2 fire energy, but like, who cares? All those decks play enough. All right, there's the energy switch. Does the Ancient Box player play Lost Vacuum? No. Okay, so they can't KO the Brute Bonnet. So the question is where does the additional 120 go? Oh. But this is bad, right? Because that Delphox is in KO range of a cloth even without binding Mochi.
Right, but they also need to find the energy still.
Yeah, but that's it. They just have to find the energy. I don't think that's too difficult for them. They play 4, they play Colress, they have access to Pheasantipity, they have so much draw power. Like, 14 cards left in deck, you can thin with the Ultra Ball. They don't play any other draw Pokemon, which is a bit of a bummer, but...
Their opponent's really thinking this through.
It's just where does the last 120 go? And realistically, you can put it... Oh, this was the Force Hill.
Okay. That makes even more sense.
So they draw the 3 here. Realistically, you just put it onto a 2-prizer, you KO this cloth, and then next turn, if your opponent doesn't win, you just throw it onto... what is it? They have Electrode Boss in hand already?
Yeah.
Do they still have Electrode in the deck? They only play one Electrode. Is it still accessible? I guess they have Night Stretcher, so as long as it's not prized, it is.
The Palkia Noctowl player won.
How did you win? And Rotom. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Just 70 every single turn for one energy is disgusting. Hisuian Electrode is GG. I just don't know if they have it prized.
I saw it in deck earlier.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, they just have it. They don't even need to care about anything because they have boss onto the what's it, Roaring Moon. Wait, but that's only 100, right? How much does that thing deal? It's 100 for each special energy, special condition, right?
Think so.
That's 100 times 2. That's only 200 damage.
But it's at 190 right now.
The Roaring Moon?
Oh, the Roaring Moon? Oh yeah, no, that's at 280. I thought that was 200 damage to that. No, I think you can just KO it with Cloth now, right?
Oh, but they also could have bossed up the Pheasantipity, poisoned both of them, and then swung with Electrode. So yeah, it still would have been knockout. 200 with weakness? That doesn't... Oh, the glasses. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's right, glasses. See, that's why we don't play the deck.
I just forget what all these cards do.
It's one of those things where if you haven't played the deck enough, you don't always know all the
It's
combos.
like Reggie's.
Right. Like, I
just...
watch...
Go ahead.
I can watch a Lost Zone and kind of know where they want to go. Like, having with the Cloth, not as much. And like, I've watched Cloth players and be like, oh yeah, I missed my out. I forgot I had Mochi Mochi works with everything kind of thing. Which happens.
Alright, are you ready for the Tournament of Doom Eliza leak?
What's the leak? I'm going to move us real quick. Before you leak it, let me move us.
Yeah.
Alright.
The super secret Eliza leak is that I'm more than 2/3 done with simulating 20 games on all of these decks for the sleeve blind test. Katanas are the most heavily damaged sleeves after 20 games. Aside from my store's personal brand, which had 9 rip within the first 3 games. And so far, my favorite ones that after so many games doesn't have any damage, they're not sticking, there's no grime on them, is some brand called Iridian that I've never heard of before. But when I do the points, it's like it's 60 card mash, 60 card overhand, 60 card riffle, and then 30 of all those shuffles, and then 10 of all those shuffles, and then I averaged like the mashes. So like if they got like a 10-10 and a 9, it's like a 9.66 or something. Iridian is the only brand to be higher than 31 on it, because there was one other thing that I think I tested how well it felt deck searching on a scale of 1 to 5. Iridians are the best brand by a full 1.5 points. And that's it. Everyone should look into Iridian sleeves.
I am definitely excited for when those all come out. I've been on katanas for a while personally, but I'm almost back to Dragon Shields just because katanas are too slippery.
Yeah, that was my thing. Like I don't know if it was the batch I got, but I could not keep a grip on katanas for the life of me. During the 30 card mash, I kept like dropping them. I was also shuffling blindfolded, so like I don't want to give them like, oh yeah, like it's just because they're slippery I was dropping them. But also they were the only brand I dropped that much, aside from KMC mats. KMC mats were terrible to shuffle. But
yeah, like Just Call Me Dan in chat was like they shuffle well. Yeah, they do, because they're very slippery. They just shuffle well together, but I like to have a little bit of grip still.
Yeah, like I think the way I worded it was that when I'm shuffling katanas, I can't tell if I'm shuffling or not, because I don't know if I don't know if I'm just repeatedly cutting the deck or if I'm actually mashing, because it doesn't feel different. And so without that feedback, they lost points. Like, they made sleeves that are so good to shuffle, they're bad to shuffle.
Just a little too much.
But the second place brands are Endgame and Dual Spec.
I need to get my hands on some dual spec at some point.
Shuffling them without the blindfold, they were okay. Shuffling them with the blindfold, I thought they were so good. I thought they were like one of the best. Just I didn't like the brand apparently.
Yeah, I can understand that. All right.
Anyway, that's my super secret leak.
Well, I've been interested. I keep an eye on that. So
Yeah,
I'm still into Dragon Shields, but that's because like I also look at the boxes and you can still find Dragon Shields depending on the color from like 2018.
Yeah, my store still has some I think they're called Truth is the dual mats that they have still, and the Truth ones are from like pre-COVID, and they feel so nice. They don't have the weird lines down the side of them. You just gotta check the years.
Yeah,
but
I was still finding magentas from like 2019, 2018 everywhere. I also went with the dual mats, like a little bit more pricey, but I haven't run into any issues with the dual mats.
So I know people don't like the dual mats because they're more prone to tearing, and I did one region, the first regional I used dual mats, I split one sleeve around. But ever since then, I've had no issues with dual mats. Well, won the sleeve test, nothing yet.
Still,
but some off-brand called Iridian is in first right now.
Hey, all matches already finished?
You need to add Milkaro? So for the sleeve test, I didn't spend any of my own money. I didn't want money to be a bias in any of it. So like I only used what either other people bought me or what companies sent me. And no, this wasn't just a scheme for me to get as many free sleeves from people as possible. This was a very legitimate thing to start out.
if you want to give me those people so I can like have pricing for the next regional, whenever that may be, that'd be great. Because I did have with like Katana, but I want more people. I just don't always want to like run to Katana every time. Which also round 6 is up. Let's find ourselves a match. Yeah, let's find ourselves a game. Hisui, I know the Noctowl Pokia players said that they won, right? What's their matchup? Against Lost Box.
But the Hisuian Samurott players also 4-1. Never mind. Okay.
I mean, still 4-1. Still 4-1. Still good.
Yeah. So why don't we catch the Hisuian Samurott this round? Because they're up against Guardy, and Guardy with Hisuian Samurott's attack is going to be really interesting. And then we can check in with the Palkia Noctowl next round, yeah?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, let's see if that's possible. Oh, but for the blind test, I watched my stream game of NAIC. I watched game 1. I used a timer to figure out how long I shuffled for. And over the course of the like 20-minute game 1, I shuffled for a total of 3 minutes. So I just figured out if you want to simulate 20 games on these sleeves, you just shuffle them for an hour straight.
All right. The Hisuian Samurott said they can.
All right.
So once we get it up, we'll get it up.
So Hisuian Samurott versus Gardevoir, and it's the Jewel C guy again.
We've had him on
I don't think we've watched them, but no, but we wanted to because it was the you said it was the semifinals of the regional. It was Jewel C versus somebody, or was it just the Dex? It was Gardevoir Snorlax.
Yeah, it was just the Dex.
Okay, yeah.
It was Benny Billinger was playing the Gardevoir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's just one of those things where like someone puts their name up, but they use like an alias. I don't know who they are until like afterwards, which I still have to send them as Matt. The reason why I'm waiting on that is because I got a couple other orders coming in. I get like discounts for bulk shipping, so I'm just waiting for those to come in, and then I'll ship it with everything else.
Makes sense.
It's a free mat. You can wait, dude. I waited for my cereal prizes all the time.
Did you mail in your box tops too?
Yep.
I did.
I still do. No, but yeah, it's like it's. I'll get it out to him at some point. I'm not holding it ransom or anything. It's just shipping can be a pain in the ass.
It's like when I do playmat giveaways, I make the people normally wait like 2 or 3 weeks because I wait until there's an uptick at in packages at my store, so that way I can just throw them in with the packages and nobody will notice.
Exactly.
But I didn't say that out loud.
Oh, I forgot. Did I get the regional sleeve? Wait, how do you get that regional sleeve? Was I watching LAIC? Did I watch?
It was a drop.
Oh, I'll check my drops real quick. I don't remember. Because I know it just gave me a thing saying you are eligible for something else. I was like,
it's the stream curse. The Samurott player started Monkey Dory attach pass.
oh,
At least you know that you're against Gardevoir, and Gardevoir can't capitalize on it.
usually.
I don't think they can with this list at all.
No, because they're going to just start here and just go from there.
Yeah, they will. They should have a pretty easy time setting up, though. So once Guardy gets set up, it's incredibly scary for any matchup. The two of these players are going to be trading Monkey Dory damage ticks back and forth the entire game. The Hisuian Samurai player is playing the Pecharunt Morpeko combo, so we do at least have free retreat built into this Hisuian Samurai deck. And if they ever do get the Morpeko into the active and then retreat and poison themselves, they'll be able to move damage around with that Monkey Dory.
So I haven't seen this. I'm like, wait, did I not do that? Find out.
Setting up drops for Pokemon is kind of a pain.
I know. I have it. I know people should be getting drops from this stream.
Yeah. All right. Do we bench the Fez and then Iono? I don't think so. I think we Iono first and just... Oh, okay. I hate putting down 2 prizers if you can't use it. Pretty goated.
There we go. We got something going here.
See what we have in deck. Only 1 Roaring Moon, that's fine. 3 Samurott Vs and V Stars. We don't play Squawkabilly, but it's our second turn, so that doesn't matter. If I remember, they play Radiant Alakazam. It might just be prized this game. They do. Okay. Absol at least is nice. If you can find an energy to use with it, you can't this turn since you didn't set up at all last turn. But the Absol being able to spread 10 everywhere, I believe it is, into each of your opponent's Pokemon, and then apply weakness for the active but not the bench, right? Something like that. Why did we poison it? Oh, we poisoned it because we want to build up damage for Monkey Dory. And our opponent doesn't have Curlias down. Do they have... Is this Guardy list playing Rare Candy? Probably, right?
Yeah. No. Most of them have, but... Well, I guess I didn't watch enough LAIC. I thought I left it the finals on. I must have missed it.
But so being able to promote this Absol and knowing full well that your opponent can't get a Gardevoir out this turn, and you'll be able to sprinkle 10 onto everything, feels pretty good. Especially since most things in Gardevoir weak to Absol. So that's going to be 20 onto them and then 10 onto everything else. And nice thing about that damage spread is it makes it so much harder to heal with Monkey Dory.
Are we going to see that Klefki come into the active to prevent the Monkey Dory from being able to move damage counters yet?
We could, but it wouldn't stop the Absols from spreading it.
I'm sitting here sad now, realizing I didn't get those Overpawn sleeves. well, it's all right. Fire's not my favorite one. Teal Mask.
I'm assuming the ICs are going to have different colored Ogre-Pawn masks. I'm hoping NA gets Wellspring.
I think NA is going to end up with Teal Mask. I would assume Europe ends up with Wellspring.
I don't know if they're gonna do Teal Mask. I think they're doing all of them except Teal Mask because Teal Mask is still on the playmat.
That is true.
So I think it's going to be Cornerstone, Hearth Flame, and Wellspring. But obviously, what do I know? I just talk.
Yeah, same here. We theorize, we yap.
All right, what is the A spec for Samurott? It is Prime Catcher. Teal Mask for Worlds would make so much sense.
That would make sense.
So they do have Prime Catcher. But there is a way for them to get this Klefki out of the active. What I'm hoping to see here is Ultra Ball, the Dark Energy, and the Morpeko, go and get Bibarel, use Bibarel, and then research. Or do we research first to make sure that we don't discard any resources we want? Okay, this guarantees more cards, and we need more cards, so...
Actually, wouldn't it be all custom for Worlds?
Huh?
Because they always have like the custom playmat.
Yeah, for like competitors and the location and stuff like that. But they might, you know how they use like the popular Pokemon as like the theme for that year. Like in Japan, it was the Paldean starters, and then last year there were like a bunch of Pokemon on the motif.
Yeah, that were all water types and everything.
Yeah, so it might be like Teal Mask and a bunch of like grass types.
Yeah, because we did see the key art get leaked.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, but that was like... I'm trying to remember.
What just happened? How did that Klefki get 50 on it? Binding Mochi.
Binding Mochi.
You don't even need the Monkey Dory. I mean, you do, because now there's not going to be damage on your side of the field, but... So the question is where does the Monkey Dory from your opponent heal? Do they move 50 off the Klefki so that way Klefki can stay in the active, shutting off your entire engine? We have a Hisuian Samurott set up on the bench, so... Not set up, it doesn't have anything attached, but... like, what, 2 energy and then 110 plus 110 if they already have damage. And it's dark, so you have type advantage.
Kind of hope to go to a World someday. Probably more likely to go to San Francisco than Anaheim.
Yeah, Japan was our one time going, and so now unless I make like a god run at our regionals or NAIC or something like that, we're pretty resigned to just not showing up anymore.
Yeah, I want to go just to go see a big tournament like that be ran. And one of the things just in general is like I'm trying to learn more about like large scale tournament runs. Mutant3, thank you for the follow. And like what we could do more as like an online thing. We'll all go like, oh, it's online Mickey kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, it's all for fun. But like, I think we have enough support to get like an actual official online series going if Pokemon did it. Like, we had plenty of people playing the Players' Cups, team challenges. Don't even do team challenges. Team challenges are too much to set up. But you run qualifiers every week for something.
I do think just throwing the Pokemon brand on it, though, like, is what made it such a big deal. Like, if the Players' Cup hadn't been a Pokemon thing, I don't think too many people would have done it. And the Limitless qualifier did, right? Like that, they were able to do it without Pokemon, but they were still so much smaller than the Players' Cup every single time. Yeah. So it's a bit rough, but it's obviously doable.
Run an unofficial Doom tournament near the venue. I'm debating, because I'm not sure yet if I am actually going to go to Vancouver or not. I have to talk it over with Mrs. Doom, because like we've changed a lot of our plans over the year now. To be honest, November's been hell of a month. There's been a lot of stuff going on outside of our yeah. So I don't know yet. It also depends like what my bonus from work is. Going there early on a Friday and running an IRL Doom tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Just a fun like challenge one, just for people. At this
Have
point,
to do with Thursday. Wait, Vancouver or
Vancouver. If I did,
okay, yeah, sorry.
If it was Worlds, it would have to be like Thursday or NAIC.
Honestly, you could do it on the finals of Worlds Day. The venue was like
Dead.
people were just there to like watch finals, obviously, but there were so many people that were just like playing for fun side events and stuff like that. I'll be real. We went to Japan, went to Worlds. Day one, we just like sat in like the fake grass area, and I took a bunch of pictures with people because I was dressed as Iono. Day two, we didn't go to the venue. We didn't feel like going. Like there just wasn't a reason. All of our friends were hanging out outside the venue, so like there was no reason to actually go. And then day three, we went and watched like all the finals, but we were at like side tables doing cube and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think most people want to be there for whatever announcements are at the end of finals, anyways, as it is.
That was the big thing. We got there super early, so we could get good seats for the opening ceremonies for finals, and then we went to the tables. Okay, hold on. What are we doing here? We have Guardian the active. We can Dark Patch, set up the Hisuian Samurott. We haven't used Petra Runt yet. We haven't used Flip the Script yet. We have access to Monkey Dory. Could Monkey Dory to KO Klefki while we're here.
Yeah, start moving stuff. Do they make live actually serviceable and not buggy? At this point, we just have to deal with what we have. And what...
Where do these 2 damage counters go? If they go onto Klefki, you get the knockout.
Right.
But then what do you do with your Monkey Dory? Because if you move 2 onto Curlia, it goes to 30, and then you move 30 onto it, it goes to 60, and then you can KO it next turn. But I don't agree with that.
Don't they still have their V-Star as well that can put damage counters out there?
Yeah, but I think they want to use the main attack here to be able to get a knockout onto the Gardevoir. We love weakness in this house. Oh no, they're using the V-Star. You called it.
There goes one of the Curlios. But yeah, at this point, we know most of the bugs, and like at least for me, I know like how we want to treat them, like between disconnects and different bugs. And some of it is like tough luck, but a lot of it is something we can deal with. Like if you freeze up turn 1, we have a way of punishing you. But then at the same time, like most of the judge calls I receive in any single tournament is either someone can't connect with another person, somebody was mean, or
I'm so stupid. I thought the Samurod's V-Star power was an attack, not an ability.
It was an ability. That's why I was wondering what they were going to do with it. What's up, everyone coming in from Sneaky Old Crab Stream? I'm Senior Doom, professional illustrator, tournament organizer, and man who muses too much. Joining me tonight is Eliza Sheetpost, host on commentary. Sneaky, did you play tonight? I did not see you, which just feels bad. I usually see plenty of names. Or did you just have a normal old stream? It looks like you just had a normal old stream, which is always good. Also, so if you're not following Sneaky Old Crab, please go give him a follow. Hopefully your night went well. People report people for being mean all the time.
I love reporting people for being mean.
And it varies by what they're being mean. Like, it could be someone just saying GG. It's someone going off on a 10-page expletive-filled tirade.
Someone says GG, even if I get mad, I'm not going to report them. I'm not going to call a judge.
Some people do.
Someone like be like, oh yeah, easy game, thanks. I'm calling a judge. Saying easy game? Nah, we're not cool anymore. I don't care if it's pointless. I don't care if I'm wasting time. I'm going to make you annoyed. What else am I supposed to do when I lose? Break your screen.
Like, I try to be as transparent as I can with judge calls. We had one earlier today where the person reported probably 20 seconds early. They had game. And, like, I could have asked for screenshots, could ask for everything. It sounded like their opponent was slow playing as it was, and they didn't have enough time left on their side of the clock to even finish the round. But then the opponent started trying really, really hard to rule shark that they reported like 20 seconds early. And I was just not having it. Plus, on top of that, that person was already on my list of like trying to do stuff like that. So on top of that, they weren't already in good standing. And I was just like, no. Because I do keep a list of those people. Always watching.
Yeah, I think the Samurott player, if they don't even have knockout on the Samurott.
No, they had to be careful because if they moved more damage onto it, it could be. What does Morty's Conviction even do?
Discard a card from your hand and then draw one card for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Wow.
Actually incredibly powerful and slept on. They have KO on Klefki here with Adrenabrain if they want it. Alternatively, if they move 10 onto, is Screamtail weak to dark? Screamtail's weak to dark, right?
Yes. But also, it just gets blown up anyways. But
right, but so you can KO it with Absol here if you use Pecharunt's ability to promote it because of weakness and binding mochi. You KO the Screamtail while setting up 10 on everything. And that's better than leaving your 2-prizer in the active, right?
Right. Looks like they're looking at that. I don't mind seeing the energy put onto the Pecharunt anyways because its attack is just so good.
It's just such a good late game attacker. But we're guaranteeing a prize card here. Can't guarantee 2, but we're at least get 1, which puts us down to 1 prize card while our opponent is still at 5. So I think the Samurott player kind of running away with this game despite that slow start.
Yeah, I think the weakness is helping. Slow play, Papa Kings, slow play is probably one of our major calls. And 99% of the time it's against a control player of some sort.
And usually the opponent is slow playing the control player.
We did have once the control player was the one slow playing. That was weird. They called slow play on their opponent, and they were the ones slow playing.
I will say, every time I tune into your stream, every time I cast with you, every time there's a slow play ruling, I always agree with the decision you're making and like how long it takes you, how long you're like, I'm gonna hold off until this happens. I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm gonna see this. Like, you handle it so much better than so many people do.
Thank you. I try. We should just see game here in this next turn. You get Adrenabrain off the Samurai, and then you just move with the Alakazam, and that should be enough.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No, yeah, you're still safe here. Because even if they pull up the Samurai, you're still, even if they pull up or KO the Samurai, you just attach to Pecharunt and promote Pecharunt and then knockout, right? I mean, you can't into Mimikyu, but then your Absol is not hitting for weakness, it's weak to metal. But you have double dark patch onto Pheasantipity and then swing with Fez onto Curlia or the Monkey Dory with 20. So we have game no matter what.
Why are they counter catching here? Like, I know you're probably going after the Samurott, but then you're just leaving the Absol as the attacker.
I think no matter what they do, they lose here. I don't think they have a game plan.
No, I think they're just trying to figure something out and just don't have it. Yeah, they're going to take the KO here, and then it's just
luckily. Absol can't take a knockout because Mimikyu's weak to steel.
They realized it.
Absol didn't have knockout though. It's weak to steel, not dark.
Well, still
but you could have just moved the 30 off and then binding Mochi. It still would have been game. No matter what, they still have game.
Yeah. I'm surprised I just don't see the Pheasantipity play here.
It's weird. Why go through all that effort? So where are we putting this damage? Pause. Absol has a second attack. What is it? If your opponent's active already has damage counters on it, it does 70 more. It swings for 130, 120. Anyway, Absol GG.
GG. All right, talking about transparency real quick. Popular Kings, you went to the wrong, you reported the wrong match. Which actually, you know what? Thank you for catching that. It would sucked if we went to the next round with that. But hey, it looks like the round's already done. We are just moving tonight.
Stellar Wish, Astral Radiance.
I was going to give it a moment, but again, thank you for being able to catch it. That's not something that everyone would catch. Even your opponents don't even catch it sometimes. And it makes my life harder. Because then sometimes I have to like tell her, stop it. And then I got a bajillion judge calls saying, why did you stop this round? And I'm like, because I have to fix something. Please don't kill me. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and update the standings real quick. We'll take a quick look at the standings and then we'll pair the next round. We've got a moment to breathe. All right. Zard on top. Lost Box in second. We got a double Snorlax Stall, third and fourth. More Lost Zone Box. Charizard. Palkia Noctowl. That's who we wanted next, right? Was the Palkia Noctowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll ask them next. Cloth.
Goldango.
Goldango. There we go. Free PQ. Mysterious Player. Come back with the Hydreigon. After the bad start, that one game.
Oh, I'll take Whitetail Lost.
Sorrel Edge. Heatmiser said he was a 4-2 drop. Let me see. It says he's still in. Oh, there's the drop. How, Heatmiser, if you're still in chat, how did you beat Pidgeot Control? Probably donked him. All right. End round. Get the next round going.
Goodbye, Samurott Player.
That was a good match. Like I would say they were kind of favored, but they had such a slow start. All right, we want Miles Fran. Miles, if you're in chat, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Dude. Okay, Poro, thank you for the follow.
Heatmiser, is that your third no-show in a row?
Oh, no-show? It was a second. Why am I not finding them? What was their name again? Miles. Oh, there they are.
Also, sorry if the filling is annoying. I am trying to get through all these decks.
Hopefully, the players saw, like, I always feel a little weird doing it early, like 5 minutes, but it is what it is.
I mean, as long as you ping them, and if someone shows up late because it was 5 minutes, just give the extension, right?
Yeah, I've done that, especially if it's like a 5-1 and they show up like a minute later. Like, I'll just go in and be like, hey, everyone stay here. Everybody stay here. It was a really early start.
So what round are we going into? We're going into round 6, 7?
7. We're in round 7. We are moving.
And it's round 8. Top Cut. Is Top Cut still best of 1?
Top Cut is best of 3.
Oh, thank God.
Never do Top Cut.
Everyone we watch just lose. Everyone we watch just has horrible starts, and I don't want that to keep happening. I've been shuffling for 2 hours. Oh, they beat the Pidgeot Control because of a no-show. Okay. I understand. They were responding to your question from earlier.
Yeah. Because I was like, they're playing Regidrago. They could possibly win. And that's what I was wondering. Miles saying they possibly can figure it out. We'll see. If they're not, we do have like Mysterious Player who is 5-1 right now. So that would be a good matchup.
Can Miles' opponent do it?
They haven't said if they can yet or not.
Asymmetrical, Mad Doll. Are we doing asymmetrical?
No.
It depends on if the
Top 8.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Never. I'm very. It's just way too late to do asymmetrical.
Yeah. How many players did we have today? 173.
Yeah, 173, which is actually pretty good for a pre-regionals tournament. Usually we only average about 110 on pre-regionals tournaments.
Okay, like a 0.5 tie rate. Have there been many ties?
We just had an ID. Looks like they're kind of having trouble. Let's go ahead and jump to Mysterious Players game then.
Okay.
If they pop up, I'll jump back to them, but for now, let's go Players, and I'll make sure they know that they get the stream benefits of you get 5 extra minutes. Because it's come up. Very rarely, but it comes up.
Okay, so 7 wins should guarantee safe top cut, and then 6 wins is the bubble from the looks of it.
Okay, because 6...
And it's going to be a massive bubble.
611 is, like, weird. It's
yeah. 611 would be safe, though.
Not every week. Not every week.
Really? Sorry, I'm going off. Sorry, I did the Swiss calculator thing for the number of players we have.
Okay.
Right now.
That's
what I'm talking about.
Looks like Mexican Brownie is signing up, but either or. If they set up, we can always jump back, but I just wanted to get a game on.
Mexican Brownie versus Miles, okay. If Mexican Brownie can set up,
I've already told these two that
this is our Cellar Rouge player, right? Yeah.
Think so. I did tell these two they're already on stream, so we'll keep it like that. I don't like jumping over, but this game could end really quickly.
I hope it doesn't end before I pull up their deck lists. Probably will, but like... Is this, the Mysterious Player draw pass for turn, or are they second?
I believe they are second, because they play Carmine. So yeah, they are...
So just a lot of mulligans.
Yeah, so they are on table 2, and once they share and stuff, we can also jump over there. I could have set them both up in here. We could jump between games, but again, that gets a little confusing.
Yeah, why don't we...
Let's watch this out.
Yeah, let's stay here for a bit until the game looks one-sided. And then we'll hop over.
Yeah.
Oh, the mismatched energies. A person after my own heart. Ugh. I will say the one thing about the facial surgery, the incisions, like, in my hair, it's like from like top of my ear to top of my ear going up and across. And so the staples just makes it feel like I'm wearing like a permanent headband.
Ooh.
And it's just like a little too tight. One of the staples fell out today.
I saw that. You tweeted about it. I was like, oh.
Oh no, I didn't remove that one. That one was just I like yanked on it and then a shock went through my body and I was like, I'm not gonna touch that again. But that is the one that fell out today, and it fell out because we cut it. I was getting out of my car and I bonked my head on the top of it because the staple was just sticking out a little too much, and so I was like, please take this one out. Please just go get a wire cutter and cut it. Please, I'm begging.
Last time I had stitches or anything like that was for my gallbladder surgery, and I was like 4 small ones, but they were like middle of my chest, bottom of my stomach, and like both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, don't move too fast. All right, we got a good turn. Ooh. We're going to see the Hydreigon.
If there's no Iono.
Carmine.
Second Carmine. If we see the Celerouge, though, they should at least have knockout, right?
You'd hope so.
I mean, it's 30 plus 20 for each. We just watched them discard 2. That's 70. So unless they're grabbing a basic energy here. I didn't see what Pokemon it was, but it was a Pokemon. Okay, yeah.
Coolest tax 36. Thank you for the follow.
So they at least have knockout on this Dino. More than enough. Way more energy in there than I remember. Yeah, see, we're not trying to remove the staples, like, on our own. The surgeon did tell us that a few of them are going to fall out, but, like, this one was almost fully out. It was at the point where, like, you know how when staples go into a hard surface, they, like, bend in? It was at the point where the staple was entirely out. Just the teeth that had bent in were, like, the last thing. So we just had to cut it so that way we could, like, fold them out from the skin. There wasn't blood, it wasn't painful. Like, that staple had basically fallen out on its own, and it was like a loose tooth. Just pull it.
God, I remember when my kids had loose teeth. One of them wouldn't even let us near them, and they would just fall out while he was sleeping, and essentially just swallow them.
See, I wanted money, so when one of my teeth was wiggly, I would just take a pair of pliers from my dad's toolbox and be like, "Whoopee, $1!"
The oldest was like that. The youngest, the one who can't speak or anything, doesn't like his teeth being touched at all.
That's fair.
When we take them to the dentist, they tell us, okay, you have to give us permission to do this. We had to take my dad last time, lift him up. So I essentially tackled the top, and my dad grabbed his legs, and we picked him up that way, and we put him in the chair, and then they could strap him down.
Yep.
And then they have this thing they can put in his mouth that keeps it open.
Dental dam.
Pretty much. And it was like, wow. Brutal. Don't they have everything in hand just to get the attack this turn?
I think they have enough to get the first attack off. I don't think they have enough for the second attack.
I think that still having that first attack will help.
Yeah, the opponent has Manaphy out, so you don't even want to be using the second attack here, and right? Because it's just 130.
Yeah.
And milling your opponent, into Celerouge, that's kind of a nightmare. I think the Celerouge player has 19 energies total in deck. They already swung for 120, so there was 6. So there's potentially 13 energy left in deck, and a 30 card deck. So over a third of their deck is just energy.
Well, let's find out what happens here.
Ooh,
that was
rescue stretcher cell. That was pretty sick.
That was best what you wanted. Yeah, you put one more energy in there, but they lost a stretcher. They've lost a Celerouge. They play usually, I think, 3 stretchers. That's what I've seen normally. Let's find out. They've already played 1. That's 2.
Z-Man, they do not play Cologne. It was actually what I was just checking. I was like, oh my god, they could bust Manaphy, canceling Cologne the Manaphy, and then be able to use Obsidian to KO Celerouge Manaphy, and I'm assuming another Charcadet, and that would be sick. But they don't play canceling Cologne, so it's a moot point.
They play 4 stretchers, so they're down 2 stretchers already with 2 more possibly in deck.
What does Cycling Road do?
It's like trade.
Oh, okay. It's worse trade. You only draw 1. And it has to be a basic energy? That's horrible.
Yeah. But they use it because they want the energy in the discard anyways.
Yeah. As a Reggie player, I get it.
It's Knife Hands. That's what his name is Knife Hands.
No, so I say Celerouge because it's very similar to... What's that card? It's like Arazu is its name. I say Azaru because I think that's just better. So I like swapping letters around. Not in a... I have the
it's
what's it called? The thing where you like mix letters around in words. I don't have that. I just like mispronouncing things because it's funny.
I like calling Pokemon different names. That's the reason why I do it. So like Mega Man's actually Armor Rouge. Sortilege is 0. If you ever played Mega Man X and X. Pidgeot is still Pidgeot. Hydreigon is Medusa.
Hydrangea.
That's an R1. Blood Moon
Let's play a fun game real quick.
Yeah. Blood Moon Ursaluna and Despair.
What do you think Pidgey's Japanese name is?
Bird.
It's Popo, like Popo, like a pigeon's call. But what do you think Pidgeotto's is?
Poo poo.
Pigeon.
That makes sense though.
Just pigeon. I'm so mad that Pidgey's isn't pigeon. And then Pidgeot's is actually Pidgeot, so like they couldn't change. I'm still mad that it's Pidgeotto and then Pidgeot, but after finding out that Pidgeotto is just supposed to be pigeon, I feel even more robbed.
Yeah.
Hydrogen bomb.
Well, here comes good old knife hands again.
Notably, although the Hydrangea player is in a better spot, notably the Stellar Rouge player's down to 1 prize card. No cards in hand though.
2 cards in hand now.
Cards in hand there. But how many bosses have we seen them use? I believe we've seen them use 2 already, right?
Yeah, and like they could possibly be Iono to 1 here, but the other problem is it's hitting 250.
How much did they just hit that Rotom for?
250.
250? The KO Hydrangea, they only need an extra, 4 in discard? 250, that's 220, that's 11 in discard. So they play 9 more energy? That's reasonable. 9 more energy, 15 cards left in deck. Oh, but one of them's attached, obviously, so 8 more energy, so they need to get all of them. Basically, is what I'm hearing. No, wait, there's no way that's right, though. Where's my math wrong? 250 minus 30 divided by 20. That's 11. So they have 11 in the discard pile. They play 19, though. So why would they have to discard all of them? What am I on about? Oh, they only need to get rid of 4. They need to get rid of 4 of the remaining 9. So it's fairly reasonable for them to do it.
Looking here, possibility of a boss's orders, because you gotta watch out for the rigid band.
How much does rigid band reduce by?
30. They could get the KO on the Luminion, but the problem is how do you finish out the game?
I think you boss Palkia and KO it, so that way you can deny.
You're still 20. You're still 20 short.
Oh, you're right.
You could
buff the damage.
You could Binding Mochi do it, but
yeah, you run Binding Mochi. You don't run any other ways to boost damage here.
He's in a really, really tough place right now.
Yeah. And we don't play Lost Vacuum, so we can't get rid of the rigid band. So we have to play around it.
You have to play around it this turn. Hope you. Ooh, that's more energy.
You just need. How many energy was that?
That was 2.
2? Okay, so they only need to discard 2 more, and then they have it.
Do they have Cloud Catcher? Because if they have that, then Pidgeot's toast.
No, I think they play Secret Box.
Okay,
We've already seen them use their 2 bosses. They need to pad a boss back in.
Well, they just Iono'd. Hard Retreat. I don't think that's enough.
It shouldn't be. That was only 3 energy. Yeah, 20 short.
So now...
We obviously need to retreat here. What are we grabbing off of Quick Search?
You could get Counter Catcher, hit into the Palkia, and force them to have an out to it. off a 1-card hand. That means I need to find the V-Star to hopefully get out of it, which the V-Star's in the discard pile.
So what we could see, this is a stretch. Quick search, grab your best draw supporter. Hope to hit Binding Mochi, Pecharunt, Counter Catcher.
Don't have a lot of good draw support right now.
Ooh, did we just Counter Catcher up the Manaphy so that way we can swing into it and then next turn? No, because then if they just recur it, it's a worse position. Yeah, this is fine. And you're forcing them to mill 3 here, so you're removing even more from them.
And the big thing is they need 2 energy here. And I believe they only run a 1-1 line. Ooh, that stretcher was huge. Yeah, they only run a 1-1 line of Palkia, so they need a stretcher, which we just saw hit the discard.
Yeah.
I think that was 3. That might have been the last one.
I think it was 3 stretcher. They still have 1 more stretcher. Unless it's prized.
Well, yeah, unless it's the final prize.
But they have a 2-card hand with 7 cards in deck, so it's entirely, like, they might just not have it. Yep,
just
there's
don't
the
have
concede. Let's hop over to table 2 with Mexican Brownie.
Or do they have... No, they don't have it going.
I'm sure if we joined, they would put it up, right?
Let's see. Just making sure. They might actually already be done, to be honest.
Bummer.
No, it says they're in progress, but...
Who knows if they're actually checking their messages?
Yeah, we'll just go to the hangout. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
There we go.
Had to join the chat.
Probably just make sure it is a game still going, so we'll get this going. And then I'll worry about everything else in a moment.
All right, so Palkia is dealing 160 plus 80. That's 240 here, so not enough to knock out. We see the Turos in hand. So this Charizard's safe, but we don't see another Charmander set up on the bench. The Radiant Charizard is set up to knock out, though, so that would give them 2. Does this Charizard play Briar? Where are we at? We're watching Mexican Brownie.
Yeah, I'm updating the names on the stream.
They do. So Mexican Brownie does play Briar. So they could KO the Palkia, and then their opponent would return KO. Can this open? Hello? I'm trying to get all their deck lists up so I can see them. Obviously, we don't know what's been played already, but yeah, it's 8 rounds and then top cut Stellar Wish.
Yeah, standard. If we have to clear like 230 to get to 9 rounds. And the question here is, do you Turo here?
I think so, because if you Turo, you force your opponent to go down to 2 prizes after they swing into Charizard, which turns Briar online, and you'll be able to set up another Charmander. So I think you Turo.
You're low on resources to put things back. Okay, no, you do have a Super
Yeah,
Rod.
Super Rod in hand.
All right, I didn't see the Rod in hand, but...
No Charmander. No Charmander in deck.
You'll get it back with Turo.
Yeah, but I would like to have 2 set up because your opponent plays Radiant Greninja and Canceling Cologne. 2 Canceling Cologne, and you just have 1 Manaphy. That would be sad. Do you Iono here to try and stick your opponent? They don't even have Iono in hand. What am I talking about? Charmander. Wait, where are all the energy?
Probably
On the field.
On the field.
They have 2 on Charizard and 2 on the Radiant.
Or in the prize cards. I mean, it could have been there.
They play 5 energy. So we know the location of all of them. Now if we Turos, we do guarantee that we will have a Charmander next turn because your opponent can't KO all 3 of them. Those energy in the discard pile feels bad. You can use this chance to discard Fez. You can't get rid of Manaphy. Alright, this Charizard is up and ready to go. I feel like you do bench the 3rd Charmander to protect yourself from Gust canceling Cologne. Oh, going after something else here.
Could be
It does
going,
already have 10 damage.
Could be going after the Terapagos here.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But the problem is they can also get rid of the Palkia now.
But I don't think you care that much. The damage scaling on Palkia gets... Now that you've reduced your own bench size and you've removed their Terra, Palkia's damage caps at 220, so now your Pidgeot is safe. So, I mean, they could just get another Terapagos and then laugh at you, but...
Nope, got rid of
Forcing
the
the
Noctowl.
opponent to discard, yeah. Does that mean we're looking at promoting Fan Rotom? It can
Isn't
swing
it-
to soften things up.
Because now you know the Radiant Charizard isn't attacking this turn unless they can get it out of the active.
Right. And we did just see them use Turos, so it's probably safe to assume they're not going to use it next turn. He has to get Terapagos to turn on his Noctowls too, so going after that was great. We just see the canceling clone discard, so...
Probably don't have it. Or
Yeah.
they're gonna grab an owl, put it down, and go, oops.
Worth noting, the Charizard player is using Precious Trolley as their ace spec. I love that card.
It brings me all the Fuecocos to the bench.
I want to run it in Reggie so bad to make setting up easier, but I have had zero problems setting up, so I can't justify it.
So I was at Fred Meyer, that's our local food dispensary store, and they had the Fuecoco Squishmallow there, the medium size. And I was looking at it. Mrs. Zoom goes, "Don't you already have that one?" I'm like, "No," as I have the small one sitting behind me.
Yeah.
And then there's like the extra large one that's like half the size of my kids. And my kids aren't
But
small.
they're different sizes. Come
Right.
on.
I don't think I could justify getting those two to Mrs. Doom enough. It's a tax write-off, not enough.
Okay, here's a Noctowl. What are we getting? Could we... Okay, hold on. 6 Pokemon on the bench, 11 Pokemon on the bench. Palkia is swinging for 280. So the Palkia could KO the Pidgeot here if they have a Gust effect. But based off Trumpet, Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher.
Oh, I'm gonna see the Terapagos possibly.
So Z-Man, Legacy is good in Reggies, but all of your good attackers, Pika, Regieleki, Radiant Greninja, all of them discard the energy, and so you have to get attached from hand and those onto the field. Granted, for the last two, you could just make it the energy you don't discard. But I feel like I'm getting the +1, or rather the -1 prize card less often than ever. And maybe even Perfect Blender would be better in Reggies, just so you could get the energy and the discard more consistently. And I know the argument is you don't have a way to search out Perfect Blender in Reggies, but you don't have a way to search out Legacy energy either. Like, it's the same thing, except if you hit Blender early, it sets you up for the rest of the game, and if you hit Legacy at any point, it's useful. But you see half your deck in Reggies turn 1, so like, what are the odds you miss your Blender? Anyway, I'm done talking about Reggies.
Never be done talking about Reggies.
Reggie.
Never be afraid to talk about cards that make you happy. I should.
Hey, do we have a way to get energy back in deck?
No. But they do have the ability here to attach one, and there's still one in deck.
That's true. Got me there. Yes, there is a Ho-Oh in this Charizard list.
There is?
Yeah, it's one of its one prize attackers. It's the one where if you have any Terra Pokemon on your bench, it does 200 instead of 100, and it's 3 energy, so it's a 200 damage one prize attacker for Charizard. It's the new one from Surging Sparks.
I'm also making sure both players know they currently have a 5-minute extension due to us being able to watch the game.
Yeah.
Because this is
Hey,
the
we
last.
lost
This is the last game as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Somebody is winning this next turn. Next 2 turns, probably.
All right. Here's the swing. If there is any gust effect in the Terapagos player's deck, I'm pretty sure they have it. But with the stadium coming out of play and no Terapagos on the field, they would need more than a gust at this point. So we need to see some crazy stuff pulled off here by the Palkia player. I assume you just get rid of the Noctowl and one of the fan rotoms. Yeah. Keep the Hoot Hoot in case you hit Noctowl to Terapagos. Morty's Conviction goes so hard this format. But I digress.
Like, I'd almost wonder why Knife Hands isn't running it.
I feel like it just... So, like, it's discard 1, and in most instances, draw 4 or 5. So, effectively, it's a supporter that says draw 3. They don't have a Terra! They have Noctowl, but they don't have a Terra!
Oh, no! Oh, no! So they're just gonna Iono here.
I mean, they had to Iono anyway, right?
Yeah, but they might have been looking for something
Oh,
else.
but they got it in the boss!
Iono's such a dirty lie.
Oh.
Just a sec. I'm gonna snooze the ad. The ad was coming up. I'm gonna snooze it for a moment.
Alright, we're seeing +3, but with that Pheasantipity, you are bench locked. You cannot get a Terapagos down now until your opponent takes a knockout. So this game goes to Charizard, just going to be able to boss up any of those 2 prizers.
Yep, that'll be game right there. Boss. Just bring up the 10 damage. GG.
Boss, retreat, go find an energy, hit with Rain Splash for game.
Except the problem is you have no energy left.
Yeah, just manifest a water energy.
I just reported it for them because the time was running down. I was just like, I don't want to deal with that. We saw it. I can make things happen. It's my tournament. I will make everyone double game losses someday.
Morty and Reggie's is good. The problem is you just want to like discard your entire deck. And so discard 1, draw however many isn't as good as say like Research or Serena discard 3, draw however many. Just discarding is so important in that deck, just seeing it like it's not seeing as many cards as possible, it's discarding as many useless cards as possible.
So we do not have a clean cut.
You got one more round, right?
This is it. And there's a 502 and a 511 throwing things off. The 502 wins, and all the 6-1s ID, that's an issue. But the Papio King wins. Papio King is up against a 5-2 Hydrogen. Would you want to see that matchup?
Wait, if all the 6-1s ID, if Poplio King or Snorlax VMAX win, it messes things up.
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny. All right, yeah, let's go watch whoever. You said Poplio King?
Yeah, Papio, can you get on? Because you have implications, and I think that's the best ones are always the matches with implications.
Yeah, whenever they're like, we're going to stream undefeated players, even though there's no implications, I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of here. I don't want to see this. Anyway, how does Hydreigon, without canceling Cologne, kill a Mimikyu?
Exactly. It mills the deck. It doesn't matter if it kills a Mimikyu, it's going to mill the deck.
But the Mimikyu's going to mill you. And move all your energy around!
Oh, well, I'll see if Cinderace can.
Ah, bummer. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
I mean, worst case, if Cinderace can't, we can always tune into VMAX Snorlax versus Lexini 1211. It's Snorlax versus Celerouge.
All right, let me see if that one's a possibility. Who was the matchup again? Snorlax versus Lexini?
Table 5. In Limitless. Looks like Table 4 did ID.
Yeah, I've been doing IDs.
Table 1 ID'd.
I'm asking. I know the 7-0 ID'd. Just ID'd. They had, I think, Lexini says they can. So, okay, cool. We'll get Lexini versus Snorlax VMAX. This still has implications because Snorlax VMAX hasn't lost tonight. And what is Lexini playing?
Celerouge.
Okay, so we could see some big knockouts. All right, there's
Wasn't
Lexini.
that telling me how it was actually said?
I don't remember. All right, they've already started. So we'll get that game up now.
Cyriledge.
Cyriledge, okay. There we go. Okay, so they are trying to hit as hard as they can. Not there yet. That's a lot of energy in hand.
How do we KO Mimikyu? Radiant Greninja, canceling Cologne, and Charcadet.
Which looks like Radiant Greninja's in the prizes.
Xeric Edge? Huh? Alright, I have to tune in. Just find it.
Which the big issue for them now is how do I find the way to KO that Mimikyu? Because that's going to be their big thing now.
Yeah, they have the ability to find canceling Cologne. They have the ability to swing with Charcadet 1,000 times because their opponent does not play energy. So Charcadet just 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Charcadet. Mentioning another Charcadet. Cyriledge. Do they run the little Mega Man that does 60? Do they run another type of Charcadet? Or Cyriledge? No, they don't. They just run the one that does 20. They aren't playing for canceling Cologne?
Too bad.
Cyriledge? 1.
There's Cyriledge.
That's not what you want to see. Rule the region!
Aww. So
Declare it and fail it.
We've had a couple IDs. I'm updating the standings as we go. So as it is, guaranteed, Gabriel Padina is in at 701. Enrique L won 7-1 over Mexican Brownie, which I'm going to go double check. I want to say that was probably...
I mean, it had to be a donk, right?
It had to be a donk. They started like 2 minutes in. It could have been a poison donk. Mysterious player took the ID. Because, yeah, everyone else 611. The 611s might be safe now, depending on what happens with Snorlax VMAX and Poplio King.
Yeah, so based off the currents, we're guaranteed these. We're guaranteed these two. And then if both of these, if Snorlax and Poplio King win, then what is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One person bubbles.
Yeah.
But if Poplio or Snorlax win and the other loses, clean cut.
Yeah. So that's where it all comes down to.
Yep.
And then
and it does confirm Mexican Brownie is bubbling.
But they can both lose and Mexican Brownie gets in. No, wait. Would he? He's at 64. Yeah, he has
It would
higher.
come down to resistance against Lexi and Cinder Jace, but I don't know if resistance updates until the end of the round or before.
Anytime I update
And it
standings.
changes.
Anytime I
Also
update standings. Yeah. Every time I press update standings, it does. Lexi is a 48.51%. Miles Fram is the closest at 63.44. To Populio Kings. To Populio Kings 72.75.
Wait, this is huge. How many energy do we have in the discard pile? Boss up Rotom, be able to KO it.
270.
That gets us down to 3.
But the problem now
Do we
is
have a way to pick Pokemon off the bench?
no,
we don't.
This is the problem, is they just got fluted too much.
It's fine. Charcadet can repeatedly swing for 20 and they play Super Rod or anything like that. They don't. Okay, so as long as their opponent stops milling them, he can just hit for 20, hit for 20, hit for 20, hit for 20. That was a good Pokegear.
Eerie, goodbye Secret Box, goodbye Stretcher.
That makes Iono a little bit worse. Who's in the active? It's Palkia. No Temple of Sinnoh in play, notably, so we do still have Jet Energy.
Wait, what was that card? Recycle
Boxed orders?
box store. Oh yeah, isn't that like tools?
You search for 2 items and then your turn instantly ends.
Okay. I remember that saw play. No reason to Carmine here.
You can't attack with the Celerouge, so I mean the Charcadet. Celerouge wins this by not missing Radiant Greninja.
Which was prized. There was just nothing they could
Yeah.
do about it. If there was bench space for Radiant Greninja, it would be great. But it just doesn't exist.
Nice Stretcher, get back a fire. Yeah.
And they got hit with like every flute. Which again, can't help it sometimes.
Just saying. 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20. Just the Night Stretcher. Okay.
I don't think it wins now. Okay, if it's 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20.
It takes you 4 turns to knock out Mimikyu, and
And
the
it's got
opponent
a-
obviously plays 3 penny, so what is that, Jubilife? Shuffle your
Yeah.
hand and draw 5 and your turn ends? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think.
But they just get... Wait, no. As long as Jubilife is in play, the Celerouge player can't deck out. Until their opponent gets them down to 5 or less cards total, they're currently at 8. So Celerouge is in the game until Jubilife leaves play.
So putting it down was a mistake for them.
Absolutely, in my opinion. They do play 2 Artisan, so they can bump their own Jubilife with another Artisan. I do know one was already in play. So it just comes down to what we see here. We know we have another Jet Energy. It doesn't matter. Whiffs on that. I'm willing to bet there's no energy left. What is this?
No idea. Glitch card.
Hello?
I'm Sawyer.
Anyway, Jubilife. It was Precious Trolley.
Okay.
Jet Energy up the Charcadet. Swing for 20. Oh, but then you lose 1 card, so now you're down to 8. You need to stay above 5. I say the Jet Energy onto the Charcadet, yeah.
You still got to keep going there. That's all you can do.
Like, if your opponent keeps gusting you, they keep gusting you.
You're going to have to
So now they
Jubilife one turn here.
I don't think so. The opponent doesn't have a way to mill 5. So I don't think they're actually in danger of Jubilifing for like a few turns. Especially if we get the chance to see their deck. I doubt we will at this point. If their deck is mostly energy, they're actually not in any danger at all.
Well, here we'll find out.
Mhm. Okay, there's no item, which means that their opponent has no way to mill them at this point. Which means that as long as that Jubilife is in play, the Cerulean player cannot lose the game.
Which I wish this game would stop bugging on what cards are being played.
At least until their opponent makes them run out of ways to retreat, but even then they can just keep Jubilifing forever. Like, there's no time limit on Jubilife. Does force them to play down another card, though, which gets them down to 7 total, which is getting them dangerously close.
At this point, don't you just Jubilife and just keep doing it and force the tie?
Yes. But a tie doesn't do anything for the Cerulean player, so the Cerulean player actually doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, that is true.
Because that puts them to 5, 2, and 1, which makes them miss, and it puts Global Train.
That was our last.
Snorlax VMAX,
1,
right?
2, 3, 4.
It puts them to 503, which puts total at 6 and 2. So then if Popplio loses, they're actually still on the bubble.
I think that was our last item. Was that last Ultra Ball?
And there's 7 left, so yeah. Until Jubilife is removed from play, Cerulean cannot lose the game.
Yeah, because it's Rosix. Does it play as Rosic?
It does. It plays like 3.
Okay, Rosic will make things even
Sorry,
worse.
it plays 1. So if they prize Rosic,
We have no idea what they prize. They know what they prize. They played the heavy ball to find out if they hadn't already.
Snorlax player is not guaranteed top cut with a tie. Because that Snorlax player goes to 503, which is the same as going 6 and 2, so it would be a tiebreaker between them and Mexican Brownie.
Which, this is Snorlax VMAX, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
They have a 61. Snorlax Mexican Brownie currently has a 64. So,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to see the concession.
So Snorlax VMAX confirmed in Top Cut, Mexican Brownie confirmed missing.
Well, you're correct. I was just waiting until they saw it. And, like, if they don't...
Artisan or Xerosic, one of the two.
if they don't prize the... yeah.
Yeah, it was. We saw the Greninja prize and we were like, oh god, there's, like, no chance.
This game is over. Because, like, you get
Charcadet for 20, Charcadet for 20, Charcadet for 20.
Because you get the Greninja, all of a sudden you're taking out both Mimikyus. And like, okay, I gotta play around that. And you can just still attach, Jet Energy. Again. Nice little, not slow play, but a slower pace of play still sounds wrong. Taking
playing
longer
to your outs.
You're playing at a good speed, but you're not playing to take KOs as fast as you can. You're playing them to take KOs at when it best fits you. But
okay, so that does confirm Snorlax King. I mean, not Snorlax King. Snorlax VMAX is in, Gabriel's in, Eriki's in, and then all of the 611s are in if Popplio King loses. But if Popplio King wins, then there's a tiebreaker between the 611s.
Which right now, Mysterious Player would be the one that gets kicked. So let me go ahead. I'm going to move us real quick.
Yeah.
And I'll share what I just updated everything. Every time
it would be Mysterious Player, yeah.
Every time we get a match done, I update it. There's all our 6-2s right now. This is the matchup we're waiting on, which it says they won. They just won.
Popplio King?
Yes.
Okay. So it still comes down to resistance, which will update as other games finish. So it's not like it's set in stone, but right now it is Mysterious Player on the chopping block.
That is a 3%. And the thing is, all their opponents either dropped, 0-3 drop, 1-3 drop, or are not playing. They're already done.
Which means they're relying on the other 6-1's opponents to lose games this round.
Which is the Obsidian, William, Matthiasville, maybe? I don't think that's enough to drop them, though, that far.
Obsidian just got top cut. They're directly above Mysterious.
Yeah, so there should be no way. I think cut set. Mysterious player took the risky ID. What did they even play against? It was a Lost Zone. Do you play
an ID? I think they just lost.
No,
Mexican Brownie lost. Okay.
Mexican Brownie got donked.
Yeah, okay, so it was Hydreigon versus Lost Box. Does this Hydreigon play Canceling Cologne?
I think Hydreigon can win because Lost Box goes through his deck so fast, you just keep milling.
That's true.
Like, that's the issue I run in playing Lost Box against it. And like, especially if they mill like my gravity mountain, then I'm just done. There's just nothing I can do about it.
So if this top cut is set, we're looking at 3 Lost Box, 1 Hydreigon, 2 Snorlax, Cloth, Charizard, right?
Right.
3 Lost Box, 2 Snorlax, that's 5, and then Cloth, Charizard, Hydreigon. Okay. Unfortunate to see the Palkia Noctowl and the Goldango sitting at 5 and 2, knowing that even if they get to 6 and 2, it won't matter.
It sucks, but I mean,
Moon Whiff too.
I mean, that's what happens when you get a lot of IDs. We have 1 week we'll have a whole bunch of people ID, and then the next week, nobody will.
Yeah.
Just this week we did.
Regidrago whiffed out on Top Cut too. Not a single Regidrago in Top Cut, despite being the 3rd most played deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lost Box is the one that's showing up tonight.
Yeah.
Which, if the standings all hold, will be Charizard versus Hydreigon, Cloth versus Lost Box, Stall versus Lost Box, and Lost Box versus Stall again. Which I'm looking at the Lost Box list real quick. David Kramer. 1 less switch. I like playing the 4-4 myself. But that's 8 switches. Are they the one playing against Lost Zone? Yes. I mean, Stall. So they could get there. It just depends on what they end up attacking with.
Yeah, because like you said, if the standings hold, we have Lost Zone Snorlax, Lost Zone Snorlax, Lost Zone Cloth, Hydreigon Charizard.
Which this one runs the Canceling Cologne. Roxanne. Man, that's one of the cards I'm trying to get into my Lost Box. So I have 0 hand disruption.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurts sometimes. Sometimes. And then the last one runs the Terapagos.
Ooh, okay, we got a Terapagos Lost Box.
Which runs the Crown Opal.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think the only which Lost Box player is that?
That one's Professor CTH or Prof CTH.
And they're the one facing Cloth, so if they're able to get that off, Cloth's only answer is going to be poisoning it to death.
Slowly but surely.
A 611 bubble, that's awful. Yeah, but like, you know, so many people ID'd. It's one of those things that when you see that the top 4 tables are all in range of IDing, and then there are 2 pair down tables that could mess with it, you gotta, if you're taking that ID, you gotta know that it's risky.
It amazes me how many people will take the risky ID and how many people won't.
If there was cash prizing, if this was a regional and IDing would be like, obviously pre-asymmetric cut, but if I was offered an ID and it would result in me either getting 9th in cash prizing or me securing top 8 and getting cash prizing versus playing it out and getting knocked down to top 32 because of it, I would take the risky ID at that point. I'd be okay, like, getting top 16 prizing and just being like, yeah, I bubbled, took a risky ID, but that's like basically top 8.
Right, that's good
And
money.
everyone would agree.
Good money. You get a Surging Sparks, a couple of those boxes. You pull the Alt-Art Pikachu. You walk right over to a vendor. You get another like $800 right there.
Yeah.
Actually, how much is it going for on TCG Player right now? It's got that shiny Charizard bump where it's going to go back down at some point. It's just not right. Just not yet. I don't think it's going to keep Umbreon levels.
I don't know. Given that distributors are charging so much for Surging Sparks and knowing that it's because Surging Sparks was short printed, I think the supply of this Pikachu is actually going to be very low. And because so many of them are immediately getting sent out for grading, I think finding an ungraded one is going to stay incredibly expensive.
Yeah, the cheapest one you can get right now is $400, and market price is about $5.
Yeah, and Evolving Skies was printed to hell and back. Like, it was not short printed.
No, they kept
expensive.
They kept printing it afterwards.
Right, and Surging Sparks is short printed, and we haven't heard anything about a reprint at this point. So, like, obviously a reprint's coming, but I doubt we're going to see 3 or 4 reprints of it.
We'll have to see, because it's kind of like not Evolving. Whatever the one that had Shaman in it, where they short printed it and then they massively overprinted it later. Oh, not Evolving Skies. Whatever the one Shaman EX was in.
Roaring Skies.
Roaring Skies. Like, I was still finding those like well after COVID, like stores having them as singles.
How did Poplio King win this? What was the Hydreigon players deck list?
Let's look at it.
They played the Petra run, so they would have had to prize the Petra run?
Could have got fluted, Pidgey, Pheasantipede, Lumineon, Cleffa, Manaphy. But then again, Pidgey can still attack.
They don't play Canceling Clone. Nothing in their deck can KO Mimikyu, except for the Zweilous and the Dino. And the Zweilous is 3 energy 60, which whiffs KO, and the Dino is 2 energy 20. So yeah, just you drop Mimikyu with Fan, and then you just laugh at them while you penny loop. That actually doesn't seem like a good matchup for Hydreigon.
Yeah, because you're afraid of getting fluted, because otherwise, Crashing Headbutt, you can just keep milling.
That's true, but if you're able to like distribute all of their energy around with the handheld fan, and also you're not taking damage, it would just be easier to just keep forcing your opponent to have to keep retreating in order to get into it. I don't know. I can see how the control player wins, and that like all the milling that what's it face does, like control is built to recur all of those resources, and they have so much redundancy when it comes to recurring those resources that I actually see it being difficult for Hydreigon to make an impact there.
At that point, the chat's right, you use Stomp Off. Because it does no damage, Fan never activates.
Well, wouldn't Obsidian not activate on Mimikyu anyway, because Mimikyu doesn't take the damage?
Yeah. I think it does. Even if it doesn't take damage, it still activates.
Nope, it needs to be damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon. So Obsidian doesn't cause energy to get moved around. So how did Hydreigon lose? They had to have just prized Petra Run.
They said they didn't.
Petra Run did hit the bench, yeah. So Poplio, what happened? How did you win?
Like, I'm looking up fans' wording right now. We're looking it up.
It's if this Pokemon is in the active position and takes damage from an attack, you move the energy. the second line of text.
Yeah.
Jeff, thanks for streaming that Samurott game. That was really interesting to watch and like see how the deck is working. I'm really glad someone's still playing it.
Yeah, nothing in the compendium about the fan.
They kept attacking into Mimi. With what? It had to have been just as well as dealing 60 over and over again, right? They don't have anything else that deals damage to you.
I honestly would not be surprised if Live was doing it wrong. But I also just don't.
Well, they specified that it was to get rid of the 2 Mimikyu, so they were dealing damage to the Mimikyu. They used subjugating chains on Zweilous when they could have free retreated for Cleffa. Okay, so they were attacking with the Zweilous that does 60.
Okay.
That's the mistake.
So instead of attacking with the Hydreigon for free and just mill.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense then.
so is that the Hydreigon player just didn't realize how crushing whatever would work?
Which, I mean, that's one of those things you learn.
Yeah.
Which we are
Anyway, how many games we still got?
Just one.
Okay.
And the last one is a 4-3 versus 4-3 Goldingo versus Charizard Noctowl. So I'm a little surprised they haven't finished. But
Wait, Charizard Noctowl?
yeah, have you not seen that list? It's just literally.
What table is it?
It's one of the 4-3s. Let me just go to pair.
Okay.
Just go to pairings.
13. Found it.
High completed matches, quickest way.
Oh, I faced this at locals this week. I was playing Reggie's. It's interesting. I definitely see the like allure of playing it and why people think it's good. I think Terapagos with Bouffalon is better if you're gonna play Terapagos. Drago Trend is not gone. It did well tonight, but I do think it's incredibly strong in this meta.
So tonight it finished with a 43.10%. If we take out all the O's, the O2s, because soon those are drops. So that's 6 less. I know the O4 played it out. Because I didn't drop, they dropped themselves, if I remember right.
And the Jolly Flying Man went 6-2 with Drago.
So people did well with it. It's just, it wasn't its night. Some nights it's just not. The one deck that in the final match ended, so I'm going to end the round and start getting top cut set up. Okay. And I'll show you who it is matched up against everything. Snorlax Stall has been consistent every week. And it's just what it's been. Alright, so I want to reach out to everyone because I always do. Exclamation point top cut. If you can stream, please stream your games, no matter what you're doing, and we will find a game.
And yep, it was the matchups we were expecting. So we got Charizard Pidgeot versus Hydreigon, Lost Box versus Snorlax, Lost Box versus Cloth, Lost Box versus Snorlax.
So we'll see what game we can get. I remember right, Cloth can stream. I think Vox Infinium in the past has streamed. And we know the Obsidian can stream.
And we know Poplio can stream. No, they can't this week.
They can't this week. They have previously, but not this week. We'll see who sets up. I wouldn't mind seeing Hydreigon versus Charizard or Cloth versus Lost Zone.
Yes, Lugia is down in trend. People are scared of Pikachu.
And I won't lie, playing Pikachu against Lugia, it felt so favored because like they would try to stop me with Legacy Energy, and then they'd have to work around my Pikachu. And I'm
telling you, I'm running Lively Stadium in Lugia specifically to beat Pikachu, and it's working. Nobody knows how it works.
So just waiting.
Lively Stadium plus 30 HP to the Pikachu. swing for 200 or even 220, and then discard the Lively Stadium, and Pikachu gets knocked out because the Resolute Heart doesn't trigger. Busted.
Snorlax VMAX has scooped to go watch Arcane instead of playing against Lost Box, so that game is done.
I love that. That's self-love.
I mean, sometimes like you just don't want to play it out. So then we've got there is the cloth matchup. Let's go with that. And
Let's watch the cloth.
All right, it looks like they're getting ready to get going here, chat. I'll have it up in just one moment. Just double checking names.
Going first.
It could be over by the time I get this up. I'm working as fast as I can.
It's best of 3 though, right?
Right. I mean, you can see game 2 real quick. There we go. What's up, Mr. Darth Bean? Hope you're having a good night. There we go. Top 8 matches.
Sorry, go.
Top 8 matches will go.
We got Lost Box running Terapagos and Pikachu with 2 of Gravity Mountain. Not going to be relevant unless they make a run onto the complete other side of the bracket where they might run into Charizard or Hydreigon. But
ooh, secret box is prized.
Rough. You hate to see it. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Do you even take the bear off the prizes? I mean, you might as well, right? No? Okay.
Unless you're looking for an extra card to get rid of.
Bench the cloth, attach to cloth. Ultra Ball, get rid of boss and switch cart. Arvin and Lotto. Okay, want to keep the boss, want to keep the switch cart. I see it.
You could possibly Carmine here.
Could Squawk.
You Squawk or Carmine, either way.
Squawk's more cards.
I know. And then you can still
and
get
at least Carmine late game, you can like still draw 5. But oh well.
I mean, you can still get into the Squawk here. What you're trying to do is you're looking for the Brute Bonnet. You're looking for...
Oh, disgusting.
They could get there. They could get there.
That's why they're the cloth player and I'm not.
I know.
They did go first though, right?
Yeah, they did go first. Now you got it. Now you get the Petrarunt. And then you put down the Brute Bonnet. Oh wait, do you have
Petrarunt EX? No, it is there.
Wait. No, you get enough with the Petrarunt, right? Or is it only 5?
Petrarunt's the one where if it's in the active?
Yeah,
it's 5.
It's 5. Oh, it's gonna be so close. Our lovely co-host is Eliza Sheetpost. Eliza, you want to introduce yourself to Mr. Darth Bean?
Hi, I'm Eliza Sheetpost. You can find me on Blue Sky or Twitter with the exact same username. I mostly just yap. I really don't do anything else.
Yapping is the best thing we do. And it's the reason why I will never be hired by TPCI. Or the fact that I keep saying that, but...
Ooh, I'm gonna hop out of the call for 2 seconds to just see what Table 4 is streaming.
Okay, well, yeah, go check it out. They're just doing the Hydreigon matchup, right?
They're watching the stream.
They're watching the stream?
They're watching us. Yeah, they're watching your stream. I tuned in and they just have your stream open and it's just playing.
Okay, then.
I wonder if they're just for Discord streaming the screen and it has
they were just looking at the screen real quick. That makes sense.
Didn't recognize your voice over Discord. Yeah, it's late, so I'm not putting effort into like doing my customer service or like my more feminine passing voice. So this is like what I actually sound like when I'm not trying.
It's like when I've tried to do like serious announcer doom kind of thing. Like it's like as we see the Colders experiment come into play, they'll be able to search at the draw 5 cards and send two of them to the lost zone, or they'll be out of the game for the rest of they'll be removed from the game. Now, what did they draw off those 3? We're unsure of, because those cards are not available for us to see because of a limitation due to the program. That kind of thing.
And you're so right, Doom. Like, looking at the board state, you know, we saw the Buddy Buddy come down right after the Colress's experiment. So it's possible that that's what came off of the Colress experiment, but possibly they were holding the Buddy Buddy until after Colress to see which basics they hit. Because then, obviously, if you hit basics that you wanted to grab anyway, you can change your targets. So limitations preventing us, and we can't even make an educated guess as to what was found there.
As we'll see,
as opposed to this.
Profit Codes, thank you for the follow. As we see the unhinged sisters, unhinged sisters go out.
The unhinged sisters
come out and start beating up all the bad boyfriends out there.
Oh man, relatable content. I've been shuffling these Iridian sleeves for a little over an hour now, and they don't have any damage on them. These are so good. I still haven't... What are the 2 sleeve brands I haven't gotten the 1 hour on yet? I've done the KMC Hyper Phoenix, but I haven't done the KMC Matte. And then I think these are the Dragon Shield Dual Mats. No, these are Immaculates. Okay.
Would I cast a regional when they ask me? Yes. I'm not going to turn them down. I 100% would. I just don't know if
Honestly, who wouldn't?
I just don't know if I would be a right fit for it. Now, if you had me on as like an interviewer or like just chatting with people in between, I think it would work. Like a lot of people call this like it's a podcast hiding within a casting event.
Are the mats or the Phoenix the dark red? Hold on, now I'm confused.
Uh-oh.
Mats are the dark red. So I did the Phoenixes, I haven't done the matte. Okay.
KMC Hypermats. Okay, I'm gonna look those up. I trust Mr. Darth being on stuff like this.
KMCs in general are honestly pretty good. The especially if you can get the made in Japan ones, they are.
Oh yeah. I didn't realize those were KMC.
Insane. Yeah, their KMC brand stuff is usually really good. The Phoenixes, I like the Phoenixes when they're brand new out of the box. I don't like the Phoenixes after 20 games. I would I would cast a regional if they asked. The problem is I swear too much, so like they like scour your socials and like they judge your public facing persona, and if it doesn't line up to be super professional and super family friendly, they're like, okay, yeah, we're not touching this person.
Yeah. I've gotten product from TPCI, they know my stuff, and they at least to that point believe I'm family friendly enough to. I haven't received anything recently, but they only I know how these things work, and they only have so much they can give out, so they give out to different people.
Yeah,
like if you haven't noticed, like Azul hasn't gotten product from them recently.
I would get into content creation if I had a video editor, but man,
I had the money to pay for a video editor, I would have someone come in and video edit these every week, like for best matches. I used to try to do that myself, but between my being a not full-time dad, being a dad, having to illustrate things, my own job, it's just not there. And I believe as an artist that you don't ask for free work. Not even if it's for like exposure. Exposure is not real. So I don't ask for it. If someone did volunteer and they gave me a good enough reason to, maybe. Even then, I still feel bad about it and try to find a way to pay them.
I don't think you ask for free work, but I do think a viable option is saying, hey, I want to start doing this with content creation. I'll put in the hours to making the content. You put in the hours to the video editing. We're both working together on this. And then once we start turning a profit, we split the profit. And then once we're making a profit, if you want to talk about a regular pay where I take the profit and then you get paid a fair portion, we can do that. But if you want to take the plunge with me to start with, that's cool. Because then it's like a joint venture thing at least.
Yeah, I could see that.
I still don't like it. I would rather just pay them outright, but
because the other problem with the joint venture thing, and this is something I've run into, and I've done it myself. It's like if it doesn't grow or anything happens with it, most people will just fail.
Yeah. And most people will do that. But at least then, because both of you know you're going in, you're both going to have to put in the work to make it work. If they bail, you don't have to feel bad for not paying them because they understood that it was going to be a thing. In my mind, right? Like, if they're willing to take that plunge with you and then it doesn't work out, they knew the risks when they got into it.
Yeah. That is the issue. And I can tell you how much money I make off these streams. About $160, and most of that comes in from ads.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, my ad revenue has gone down. Part of it, the Twitch apocalypse stuff happened. And a lot of people, some people's ad revenue went down, some people's hasn't. It varies. It varies by your category. That's the thing they're not talking about. It varies by your category. And PTCG live videos don't get as much ad revenue as, say, right now, PTCG Pocket.
I do want to say the Cloth player's in a really bad spot here. They whiffed on the double turbo and the ancient capsule. If they had gotten one or the other, they would be able to take a knockout here because of that forest seal stone. But whiffing on both means that they just have to pass for turn, and that's a big sad.
It's big sad. Pablo King is up 1-0 over David Kramer.
Nice.
Pablo King was in the finals last week, so they are trying to make it back-to-back finals.
Cleo as like a username is ruined for me for like the rest of my life, given that my stalker was Professor Poplio. So whenever I see someone using Poplio, I'm like, that person's gonna traumatize me. But it's also my favorite starter. So like,
yeah, I can understand that.
mm-hmm. All right, but here we go. Just going to be able to come up and use Crown Opal. This Terapagos is safe from all basics. So we're going to have to see a bunch of gusting or poison here. Town Store going to get the ancient booster capsule.
I mean, at least Petron here could put a good deal of damage.
Yeah. Didn't see any gusting effects in the deck.
But this is worst case scenario.
You can swing with Squawkabilly for 10.
Poison then Squawk.
I mean, hey, it's not good damage, but it's damage. Pecharunt does more.
It's not good. It's not good work, but it's work.
Are we gonna see a boss here? A gusting effect? I didn't see. Okay, there was one. Okay, we were just in the back half of the deck and I didn't see it. But we don't have the energy. So what do we do?
Pray.
What do we pull up here?
Or we see the concession.
There we go.
Going into game 2. Oh, let's see if they go first or second. I'm going to look into it. They
Lost
will...
box up a game.
Which the Terapagos is what's helping the Lost Box here.
What's winning Sacramento, Doom?
I feel like Drago's got a good chance.
Yeah, it's just Drago again. God, I'm sick of Drago, but it really is just Reggie Drago again.
Drago's got a good chance. We'll probably see someone with Lost Zone get up there. A Control always just has difficulty closing it out. Like, you might see one get to like top 8, but it won't win top 8. And
what good stuff did Control get this set, if anything?
Oh, well, you got the new Rotom if they want to play it. It's not as good, some people say.
They need the lightning energy in their deck, and it just ruins their consistency.
That's when you start running like the all-out Blitzel version.
Poplio King's not running any Surging Sparks cards.
Megaton Blower.
Oh, true. That works. I don't know if I like that. Like, it's not... I don't know. It's good into Lugia, but like that matchup is already a wash. I don't really think you should be teching for it. I think you should be cutting all your Lugia techs and just focusing on other matchups. But
Snorlax VMAX ran Precious Trolley.
see, that's just funny though.
Yeah, just get all your. Just watch the Precious Trolley bring the 4. Not safe.
Slacks.
No, I was gonna say not safe. TPCI, cover your sensitive ears real quick. Bring the 4 fat asses out.
Wow.
And if you bring them in Miku, they brought their stuffies with them.
Okay, hold on. Are we cooking here?
Are we gonna get it?
Here's the Brute Bonnet. I think we have the capsule, right?
Double check. Yeah, they have access to it with Town
We
Store.
do. But that's only 50.
No,
Oh,
no.
it's 70. It's a donk.
Yeah, it's a donk. We're going to game 3. Like, if you're Lost Zone, if you know you're going up against Claw for whatever reason, you need to.
How many Lugia in top 32 Sacramento?
At least one. Someone's going to sneak through with it.
I think it's really good positioned. I think people are just scared of Pikachu. I think a good Lugia player will be able to play around the Pikachu. It's annoying as all hell, but I think Lugia has ways around it and shouldn't fear it as much as they are. My answer is at least 2 are going to make it in. I think the believer in me wants to say 5, but a real answer is 3. I think really 3 Lugia are going to make top 32. And one of them will play Lively Stadium.
Hello, Buzz. I also think... I think a Gouging Fire will make top 32. At least one.
What does Great Tusky X do? Sorry, continue.
Great Tusky X is the one...
Gouging Fire?
I think Gouging Fire, the one we saw earlier, would. Oh, we could see another donk here.
Wait, which Great Tusk? This attack's damage isn't affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon.
We're not going to see a donk here. As much as they want to, I think that's all their... Okay, they do have 2 more ancient boosters. Do you risk it for the biscuit here?
I think you do.
I think he's still attached to the energy.
Wait, no, we can't get the donk, right? Because it's 80 instead of 70?
No, you can.
How?
You still hit 80.
What? Sneasler's only +2, right?
5 from the Petrarant, 2 from the Sneasler, 1 from General Poison. You hit 80.
Oh, is the Petrarant not 5 instead of 1? I thought it was 5 instead of 1 printed on the card.
I want to say that's
nope,
what it
it's
was.
5 more. You're right. It's 5 more.
Because I want to say I know because I've been donked with Sableye.
Can they get it here? No. They need too many pieces. Unless they still haven't squawked. If they still haven't squawked, then they can do it.
They already squawked. They might be trying to reach with a Carmine. But that's 1 more booster capsule energy. That's 3 of them. You would absolutely need to hit it this turn.
No way.
No, they're still short.
Yeah, they missed the Sneasler, right? That's the piece they missed?
Sneasler or the Petrarant.
One or the other. I think you grab the Petrarant here just so you can still apply damage, though.
Yeah. I thought for some reason I thought he was a free retreat, but that's your last one.
Yeah.
That's it. After that, if that gets lost vacuum, that's it. They like went all in. Like to me, like I don't know if that was too much.
Nest for Brute with the tool in hand. instead of Squawk? Didn't they still need Pecharunt and Sneasler?
Yeah, they needed a
Right.
lot, and they just never hit it. And the big thing is they're down so many capsules now.
Yeah, if that capsule leaves, they're just sad. I guess they can still poison with... No, that's not how that works. Never mind.
And Lost Zones have been playing two vacuums.
Tro does 100, but it was their first turn, so they can't attack with it.
It definitely felt like they were reaching here. Like, is it the right thing? Kind of, yeah. You get a quick game. Popular King won 2-0, so they are moving on.
Okay. Love seeing Snorlax move.
Yeah, see, there's the
Were they
vacuum.
against Lost Box? Yeah, both Snorlaxes were getting Lost Box.
Yeah, so one decided to go watch Arcane instead. Yep,
Oh,
there it is.
They saw the capsule leave play and they were like, "All right, I don't have anything anymore."
All right, let's see if the other game's still going. Womp womp, womp womp.
No, they're just watching our stream.
Are you sure? Because
Oh no, they're playing while listening. I have to mute them.
Yeah. Wow, that's very interesting how their screen's set up.
This is the highest contrast copy of TCG Live I have ever seen. I love this.
Let me see if I can set this up. Let's see. Copy. Paste duplicate.
Mill 3, baby.
I'll have it up in the second chat. Give me a moment. I'm just making a version where I'm making it bigger, so you don't have to see the entirety of the desktop. High contrast, but... And let's see...
What did they name their League of Legends? Posse bless you. I shouldn't be looking at their icons, but they have a saved picture of Dialga V-Star in the bottom right-hand corner of their desktop. And that's one of like 3 cards that I can see.
There we go.
I think that's Briar. No, that's a Plasma Freeze card.
All right, see the counter catcher here.
Yeah, they use Overwolf and Mobilytics. I like this person. I'm cheering for them. Hydreigon. Wait, what energy do they need to just the metal, right? And now they can do the fun thing?
Yeah, I think they can do the fun thing now.
What do you pull into the active with Prime Catcher? Oh, we're not going to Prime Catcher. We're going to save it. It's not the res, it's the contrast. Their contrast is so high. I love it. This is energy I live for, Doom.
We'll see the Obsidian here. Well, yeah, like, you can make yours look like this. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
This isn't the energy I can have. This is the energy of someone who like knows what they're about, and I don't.
I need to do is make a guide on how to just like share your window and save your desktop sometimes. Sometimes that's all people can do, but there is different options. I've been streaming multiple years, so that's where I know. Also multiple corporate meetings. We had someone share their desktop and we saw their wife's naked photos on the desktop, and they actually ended up getting fired for that.
Yep. Stellar Wish, you did correct yourself, but because of the stream delay, I corrected you before you corrected yourself on my end, and you corrected yourself before I corrected you on your end. Neither of us were rude. I just want to make that clear. God, that Duskull card looks so much creepier with this contrast.
I mean, it looks pretty good that way.
This looks sick. Like, I love this. And it's the illustration art of Hydreigon.
Oh, we see the Turo. We're gonna see. Can see the Radzard.
For 250.
At this point,
Okay.
though, it feels like we're going to a game 3. And then,
Is this game 2?
yeah, this is game 2. This is the only one still going. So on the standings wise, I just updated it. The winner of this will be going up against, because I don't remember, Poplio King.
Okay, so if the Hydreigon player's been listening to our stream, they'll know that they can just evolve into Hydreigon and use Obsidian repeatedly. Ooh, do they use Obsidian here to set up multiple knockouts next turn so that way their opponent can't do anything about it? Or do they just swing with Obsidian to put themselves to 1? That was disgusting. I mean, you don't need that, but...
Yeah, I think it's just Obsidian here, because then you can also KO the Duskull, so then that one probably...
Yeah. Can you get fired for pictures on your desktop?
Yes.
The problem was that it was a corporate meeting where they showed their because it was on their desktop in the background, they let their coworkers at a business meeting see nude photos of their wife. That's sexual content displayed in a work environment. That's an immediate fire if it's like not with like your one closest work buddy who can laugh it off.
Yeah, this wasn't just a 1-person meeting. This was like a 200-person meeting.
And they were screen sharing. It's not just like they had it like on their at-home desktop and like it was in the background. They were screen sharing and it was like an icon on their desktop.
So that's the biggest issue is like if you work a corporate job, do not do anything like that.
If you work a corporate job, buy a ThinkPad with that like that red cursor in the middle of the keypad. Just buy one of those online because a bunch of corporates will like sell them on eBay for super cheap. And then you can just use that as your corporate laptop and use it and just keep it free from all your personal stuff and then you're fine. I think I bought a ThinkPad a few years ago for like, I think it was a used ThinkPad for like $89 or something like that. And it was a fully functional, like it could run games on it just fine.
Yeah. Nano Hat Japan, thank you for the follow. Finding corporate stuff, you can get cheap chairs, cheap everything. Multi-price.
There it is. This is going to be a 4-prize turn when he has 1 prize remaining.
So we will be going.
Or they? I guess I don't know their gender.
Yeah. I've gotten to the point I try to use they as the standard no matter what.
Yeah.
Because it just makes more sense.
All right, here we go. Game 3.
Like I will use YouTube on my work computer and I'll browse Reddit. But even then I try to be very careful.
Hey, they gotta check who's going first or second.
I think the other guy's going first. Which is rare to see the chat messages. I usually try to like keep these hidden, but the players just got it up. And it always freaks me out like when you see the cancel button behind the top 8. I always think, what, did I double up the box there? No, it's just the cancel button. There's a transparency on the top 8.
Well, so they couldn't close the personal stuff because it was
right on their
icons
desktop.
on the desktop. Like they'd have to move the icon itself into like a folder or the trash or something. Like they just must have forgotten it was an icon on their desktop.
And their icons were. And the thing is, it was a very large icon. They had all their icons very large size on a Mac, which shows a preview of what's there. I want to snooze this last ad. This is the last snooze I have, so make sure everyone that can be able to see this without ads sneaking in, hopefully.
Sometimes I just do the Macarena.
That is probably my favorite emote I have in Fortnite right now. It's like nobody knows what it is. Like they're like, what? And I'm like, I'm an old 90s kid. It doesn't matter. Like my own
God,
my own child didn't know what the Macarena was until they watched Austin Powers.
Oh, they have a raging bolt in the bottom left of their desktop too. Anyway, they put the what was it? They put the Snoop dance into Fortnite recently, or like a little while ago or something.
Yeah,
and it caused outrage because people were like, "Oh, look, they put the crip walk in. Kids are gonna do this and get shot." And like, I looked at it and I was like, "Okay, two things. One, anybody who's seen a real crip walk is going to know anybody doing this is not doing the actual crip walk. And two, anybody who lives in an area where they would get shot for doing the crip walk is well aware to not do the crip walk. Like, it's not difficult. It's not like, I don't know. It was a bunch of controversy for no reason. Like, the only kids who are going to be replicating it are going to be like kids that live in neighborhoods where it's safe enough to do that. I think having nudes of your wife on your desktop is completely normal. It's like having pictures of your family on your desk, except it's on your desktop.
It's a power move. Like, look how hot my wife is. What are you going to do about it? What's a crip walk? It's a like a dance move. Look up Snoop Dogg.
It's a gang sign.
Yeah. There is a series on Netflix that has Killer Mike from, if you know him from Run the Jewels.
Mm-hmm.
He gets the he brings like the Crips and the Bloods in and helps them like with marketing and helps them make like sodas so they would stop selling drugs. He's like, it's more
Sorry.
he's like it's more profitable over the long term.
Yeah, Stellar Wish. It's the Crip Walk was one of the like telltale ways for members of the Crips to identify each other. And back when the Crips Bloods War was like at its height, doing the Crips Walk in the wrong neighborhood would just get you killed on sight.
Or wearing the wrong colors and just
yeah.
Have you ever heard the stories about MC Hammer?
No.
Like, he has like huge gang connections, and like he's
so if people were flying into certain areas, he would just have gangs waiting for them if he didn't like them.
Yeah, like there's a story like some rap group like called out his mom, and like they're like, don't come to LA.
Mm-hmm.
And like they came to LA and they had to get like a bodyguard.
Well, there was also the whole thing when Death Row versus Bad Boy was happening, and it was like Tupac versus Biggie were like in that beef and everything like that. Right after Tupac got shot, they were like, "Yo, Biggie, you have to go to the West Coast to advertise this." And Biggie was like, "I'm not going to the West Coast. They hate me and they'll shoot me on sight." And his producer, I think it was P. Diddy was like, "No, you have to go to the West Coast." And then like 3 days later on the West Coast, Biggie got shot. Like, back when like that stuff was a lot more in the front, it was crazy how much stuff was just happening publicly.
Yeah.
The US has gotten better with it, and now it happens privately. So, but anyway, enough about gangs. How about Hydreigon?
Having one of the worst flower selections you can have, Mirage Gate or Colress.
Yeah, honestly. But they do have 2 gates in hand, so at least they know they have those. Are we listening to an expert? Do you live in those neighborhoods? I grew up in a poverty area in New England.
I grew up in a poverty area in Washington.
Yeah, my neighbor across the street, Lucian Brunel, he started a meth lab in his basement because he was a member of the Bloods and would sell meth. So, like, yes, you're kind of speaking to someone that knows that stuff. I didn't touch any of it, but, like, it was my neighborhood. Dragon is a gang on its own. Every archetype is a gang. If you're a Reggie's player, you're in the Reggie's gang. If you're a Goldango player, you're in the cult. Like, every archetype, except the big ones, like Drago, Bolt, Terapagos, those aren't gangs. But the smaller decks, those are gangs. You join, you wear your Pokemon, you, like, tweet about it all the time. You're like, yo, we hate this other deck. Like...
They are.
Pokemon TCG is full of micro gangs.
It's crazy because
I roll up to locals and someone's like, "Hey, do you have any night stretchers? I'll give you 10."
the things are, it's right. Like, you could tweet certain things, and the gangs will show up.
Okay, so Thorns, Snorlax, Cornerstone, all the control decks, they're all individually their own gang, but they all respect each other and have like a handshake where they're like, I don't like you, but I like you more than I like that other guy, so for now we're okay. So you're in the control archetype, but like it's a very tenuous alliance. Don't roll up with block lags.
Okay, there's a guy I watch on TikTok called Wizard in a Hat. Have you ever watched his stuff?
Never.
He does a lot of...
I don't have TikTok.
You don't? Well, he's also on Instagram and stuff. If you do that.
I don't have Instagram.
What? Okay, that's fine. Find out on YouTube.
I'm too vain of a person. I can't be on those.
You can also probably find him on YouTube. But he does
probably.
He does TCG stuff. Like between the smelly player or the player who like freaks out if they lose kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He does all of those. And like some of it is like, don't come down to my store with like certain things. Like people get like super offended over someone bringing like the wrong magic deck or the wrong Warhammer army.
All of my locals, we all want to get better at the game, but we're all there to play Pokemon. So what happens is if someone rolls up with control and like we're all friends, they'll be like, "Yo, just so you know, I'm on Blacklocks tonight. Are you in the headspace to deal with that?" And if the person's like, "I'll be real, I've had a long day, I really don't want to," we'll like swap decks just for that round with permission from the judge, just so that way the person who's had a really bad day doesn't have to put up with it. But like we all also understand in order to get better at the game, you have to face against control. So like we don't tell people not to bring it. We don't get mad at them for bringing it. If anything, I love facing it because all my locals are bad at it, and I know how to play around it.
Nope, no Briar.
Briar.
I'm surprised they didn't use Briar.
Briar Hydreigon. We're talking Hydreigon or Charizard?
Probably Charizard.
Briar.
They're going out. They're going to go down to one prize apiece. And it really is going to come down to if this Dino can attack or the Zwalius, whatever they can get. Like one card really hurts.
Do they have? I mean, heck, they could even. Never mind. It doesn't work anymore. What other alternate attackers do they have?
Not much.
Play Radzard.
Oh, they do? Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not a deck.
Demon Slayer said Yu-Gi-Oh! And I forgot Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a banned word.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, Catcher here at least.
It gives you an extra Comfey.
Yeah.
All you need is everything. Because you need Hydreigon and another energy. Alternatively, how many energy does Charizard have in discard pile? Because they have 2 on the Charizard. If there's 3 in the discard pile, the Charizard player's out. And so you might be able to Prime Catcher stall Pheasantipity? Maybe? Yeah, but what are you grabbing? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, if you don't have a fire energy in deck, you can't even grab it, right? So they must still have one.
So they're banking on hopefully this this next Comfy gets them something. That last Charizard turn was pretty filthy.
Yeah, but now we got the Fez in the active, so our opponent is going to be forced to retreat it. They do have Pidgeot, so like it's not like it's a big deal, but Switch Cart guarantees us another Comfey.
Except we're out of Comfies.
But they're all used. Alright, Charizard.
Right. Charizard got it?
Show me... Get a single energy.
Didn't even need it. Didn't even need to search it. Sag, but that happens. That was a really good turn from the Charizard player where they got, was it 4 prizes off of it?
Mm-hmm. And that entire game was back and forth. We saw both players take multiple prize turns that game. We saw a 3 prize turn from the Hydreigon player, followed by a 2 prize turn, and then we saw the Charizard player take 4. Like, they just went back and forth that game, constant knockouts. That was a good round to watch.
Very good. All right, so we got Pablo King, Gabriel Padina versus and Fox Amphibian and Prof CTH. It looks like Gabriel's dropping. He just can't stay awake. So
also, Charizard into Snorlax is a really bad matchup.
So yeah,
Like a really bad matchup.
I'm seeing if the other players can stream, because the other matchup is just Vox Infinium says they can. Awesome.
I'm glad, because I was going to be like, oh, you and I could just play games.
Well, we know
Vox.
Papa can't. Usually can stream, but can't. There we go. Okay, we'll jump up with them. There we go.
I was going to say you and I could just face off if no one could stream, and we could wait until finals. And then maybe one of them would find time to stream finals.
All right, looks like we are set. Oh, I forgot it's the feature game.
5:30 BRT.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's 3:30 my time.
Changio 00, thank you for the follow. It's only 12:26 for mine. This actually finishes up quickly. That's great for me. That means I'll be a little bit more rested for tomorrow.
I have to wake up at 9 to go to a baby shower.
I gotta be up at 8 to get around for a funeral, and then meet with my ride about 20 minutes away. Get in my ride, then I can sleep in the back of the car. But
Poplio, phone stream isn't too difficult from Discord. You're able to just share screen like you would on desktop. You just have to make sure you're charging your phone, because screen sharing it and playing live will drain it really, really bad. Jolly, I said the same thing. Zard versus Stall would be unwinnable for the Zard anyway, but apparently that Zard was Poplio's only loss tonight. So
they just literally said, I can't do it. Which is fine. Like, admitting you can't do it. This is a test. And one of the biggest. Whoa! Did they prize 2 Colress?
it looked like it.
Wow. Was during right before Japan. We had a lot of players playing this, purely trying to just play until as long as they were getting tired.
Yeah.
So,
I will say, I'm sure I've told you, Doom, this story, but I don't know if I've told everybody else. I was playing Snorlax at Charlotte, I think, in like fall of 2023. And I was playing Snorlax. I faced a Charizard player. He flipped over Rotom, I flipped over Blocklax, and he just looked at me and he was like, all right, here's my plan. I'm going to play out game 1. I'm going to scoop to you when there's 5 minutes left on the clock. I'm going to donk you game 2, and then in game 3, we won't be able to finish. And I was like, all right, sounds good. And I didn't expect him to draw and then count to 15 out loud and then pass.
Did he do that every turn?
He did that every single turn, and I would have called a judge, but I knew his plan was to scoop, and I knew I wasn't going to get donked. So I didn't call a judge. And so he scooped with 5 minutes left. We started game 1. I went second.
Going to game 2 already.
Yeah, this is insane.
I'm like you're talking. You're starting to look over. Vox and Phantom has reported game 1 as a loss. I'm like, what? Oh,
yeah. But so he had a good turn 1. My hand was horrible, but I started Blocklax. I drew for turn. It was Erica's. I played it, and he showed me he had Rotom in hand, so he just scooped. Correct. You can't do that. It is against the rules. But I knew I was going to win, so I didn't care. And I knew I would be able to tell on him afterwards, and the judge would, like, hunt him down for the rest of the tournament. And so that was fine to me. I, like, genuinely did not care, because I knew I was making his day miserable.
yeah.
And if he wanted to make mine miserable, I will gladly make his miserable. But then after that round, I got up and I told a judge, and the judge was like, you should have called us. And I was like, I'll be honest, I was going to want to win. I was going to win anyway, and I just didn't want to do it in front of him. The judge was like, okay. Went to my next match, put my head down, pulled my hood up, and was just kind of resting my eyes. I heard him complaining to his friend that his B word of an opponent last round reported him to a judge after the game, and his B word of an opponent was playing Blocklax. And so I picked up my head and I was like, in fairness, you did slow play me. And he, like, color left his face and he stormed away, and his friend looked at me and was like, he's kind of a jerk. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, it is a DQable offense. I know, I would have called a judge. I just didn't care. If a judge had walked by and heard him doing it, yeah.
I will admit, I once played against a Blocklax person who knocked me out of the tournament, and he was a bit of an ass. I don't know, at the end, he was like, GG. I'm like, GG. He's like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go fucking drop. And I shouldn't have dropped the F-bomb, to be honest, but whatever. If you reported me, it didn't matter because I dropped. DQ me, whatever. I was at the next regional with no problem. Was it wrong to say that? Yes. Was I pissed a little bit? Yes. But also I didn't sit there and like wrangle on him or afterwards be like, yeah, this, that. Like, I lost my cool.
I do think, as someone who rolls up with stall, I genuinely enjoy bringing, like, this is a bonkers turn 1, by the way. We have Comfey in hand, Comfey in active, Buddy Poffin, double Mirage Gate, 4 energy. This is insane. But I like bringing, like, fruit snacks and granola bars and like chocolates and stuff. And then when I beat my opponent with control, I'm like, hey, do you want a snack? And they're like, what? And I pull out the, like, fruit gummies and I pull out granola bars and chocolate, and I'm like, yeah, all my opponents get one. And immediately, whatever salt they feel, they get over it. They're amped. Everybody loves fruit gummies.
I'm actually really sad. Like I said, I've had pretty shitty. It's after midnight. I can say it now. November, the Pokemon who brought all the snacks to regionals and everything for the Washington players, she passed away earlier this week.
Oh no!
So it sucks. She was a great person. She had ovarian cancer for a while. But
yeah,
like it hit, and it's not just because, oh no, the snacks are gone. She was a great person. She judged regionals. She was actually, like, if you were at the Vancouver or Portland regional, she was usually one of the people taking the match slips.
Yeah.
Well, she did different ones, but she was there, and it sucked. So.
Ugh. Sorry, you mentioned Vancouver, and it reminded me, and it's completely unrelated to your thought, but because it's in Canada, that's how it got related. I keep meaning to tweet and ask, does any brand want to sponsor me for Toronto? Because apparently that's just something you can tweet, and if you have enough followers, a brand will say yes and throw like sleeves and cards at you. And so free stuff sounds cool.
Like I've been trying some things. Red Bull looked at me for a while. A couple other ones turned me down. So I mean that happens.
Yeah. Anyway, that crazy turn one with the buddy and everything like that just ended up resulting in nothing, and then their opponent was able to get off spit innocently. So this is rough. This is rough.
Yeah.
Like you have to take the switch here so that way you can switch into your Comfey. And then with your switch into your Comfey, you gotta hope that you have something. Like, what is happening? We haven't even seen a Chorus.
No. Has she done a regional in the last year? Yes. She only got really bad like in the last like few months. Last month or so. Jeez.
Oh my god. It's just...
At this point, you're gonna have to get an Iron Hands turn. Or you just eat the damage into the... Okay. You can get Manaphy back.
This is game 2, right?
Yes, because we got Donk game 1.
And this player lost game 1?
Yes.
This is so sad.
Like,
sorry if the riffle shuffling is louder. This brand of sleeves sounds like it's clunky.
Like, this sucks for this player, but this is Lost Box sometimes. You just get all your energy, and you know you're playing against someone who's just not going to play Iono. There's the Tropicos.
Okay.
So yeah, this is not turning out to be that good. Now, like I'm sitting here, I'm kind of like, Tropicos seems kind of good in this.
And that's it. Does Vox have a way around Terapagos' Crown Opal?
This is a gimme gold coin smelling at me every time. Look, another
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon is in the Lost Zone.
Okay. Their way around it is Sableye then. And that's their only way around it.
Or Prime Catcher Boss. But you can do that
They're still
once.
playing Prime Catcher? They are, okay. And they only have one boss. And it is in hand though. So we at least know that it's safe. Is the Gimme Ghoul coin smiling at you? Oh my god!
Just nothing.
This is one of the Pokemon TCG games of all time. Ursaluna's in the Lost Zone, Madaw.
Yeah, like now I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, if Terapagos is showing up in these decks, I gotta hold Ursaluna now.
And this is making Reggie's worse, because the only thing you can have that can hit into it is Regigigas, which only does 150, and if they have Bouffalance down, that's 3-shotting. I guess we have Cornerstone, actually. Cornerstone can hit into it. But then Cornerstone gets damage back for 180. God, that's so rough.
This whole turn
Please
is
don't
rough.
swing with Pikachu. Please don't swing with Pikachu. You gotta know it won't damage it.
Unless they're going to play boss, but you're swinging with a Pikachu on for 1 prize.
Bench that, attach to Psychic, and start sprinkling. Maybe the Pikachu's a bait?
Pikachu could eat a hit.
Nope, we're gonna go for it.
Don't
No.
press it. Okay, they saw the 0.
Your Reggie's plays Cornerstone too. Check out Eliza sheet posts. on Twitter or Blue Sky, and you'll see my list.
I never want to say a game. I always hate saying a game feels out of hand, but it definitely does feel out of hand.
Yeah, at least it can tank a hit, you know? Unless Terapagos player plays Canceling Cologne, which it's Lost Box, so it might... It doesn't. Okay. The Pikachu can tank a hit.
There, it's taking a hit.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, we can hard retreat here.
Cheat. SHEET.
We can hard retreat here. You're going
But
to...
is hard retreating worth it? Because you're just going to get Sableye. I feel like you should just swing with it in the active and hope that they don't find anything.
Hey, we see a Colress finally.
And we have Palpad. Looks like you're in another void. I don't want to leave. Okay, we could Palpad boss back in, so that way in a few turns we have the ability to oh, we got Iron Hands, but we don't have Mirage Gates anymore. Ah, this is so rough.
I know.
Because with Counter Catcher Boss, you'd be able to KO the Terapagos again at least, and now you get a Nest Ball. Do you let your opponent KO the Pikachu so that way you can Roxanne them? Your Ursaluna is gone. You have to double Gust. That's your only option around this Terapagos. You have to double Gust Mirage Gate. You have double Gust in hand, but you don't have the Mirage Gates. You have to admit Eliza's shitpost works good for her blog name. That's the joke. I use Eliza's shitpost because I make spreadsheets. And I shitpost. That's the bit.
At this point, yeah, I think you let him take the KO. And maybe try to set
already
up.
Manually attached? We lost zone to Mirage Gate. We used 2 Mirage Gates earlier. So maybe there's one still in deck.
Hope they don't have their boss right now.
I mean, even if they do, it just turns on Roxanne, right?
Yeah. Going after the
Pulls up the
Sableye.
Sableye. Knows that the Sableye is the only way they have around this Terapagos without double Gust. You still want to cut a Legacy? I'm on the fence about it. Legacy and Blender both feel really good. My issue with the conundrum I'm having, Blender is good early game and makes Legacy completely pointless aside from the -1 prize card, but if you're swinging with Pikachu or like so much stuff has Gust and so many of your Pokemon discard and stuff like that, keeping Legacy on the field is difficult. But if it works, it pays off at any point during the game. Whereas Blender pays off as soon as you play it, and usually only in like the early to mid game when you're still setting up. And it makes it so that way your researches and squawkabilities and stuff like that actually hit what you want it to hit. So like I don't think the Legacy is entirely necessary.
We prize a gate.
That's it then.
That's it.
We prize gate, we lost zoned. Okay, that's not it. We can...
I mean, you can still put Sableye back, and nope, they're just gonna call it.
Super Rod, Buddy, switch, get a Psychic, I guess, try Roxanne, like...
It's not happening.
Yeah, that was just rough.
All right, so then we are moving into the finals already.
Thank God, I thought I'd be up until like 5.
No,
Granted, it is a Block Wax finals.
Yeah, but we'll make sure. Let's see if Papa King's able to set up the phone stream if you already tried. I'll just make sure again.
You remember my stream match? Yeah, you remember me losing? You remember my opponent saying they wanted second and me telling them it was a bad idea and then them swapping to go first and then me losing because of it? You remember? We were having so much fun. We were bantering. I miss Kenny. Kenny was a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
My house just shook.
Okay, Papa King says he's going to be able to. Which is,
we get to watch phone gameplay.
It's either going to be phone gameplay or it's going to get his desktop going. Either way.
You do remember me losing. Yeah, that's fair. I did.
I would love to be on a stream game someday, but odds are I'll probably get like the gazer beam treatment and just get like an interview at some point. Like, how is it running online tournaments? Horrible. I never sleep on Fridays.
God, and I was heartbroken because I got off stage and they literally were like, we put you on stream for this round because we thought it was favored for you and that we'd get your first day 2 on stream. And I was like, that's so messed up. I wish you hadn't told me that. It was Lugia into Lost Box. And that turn 1, if I had just grabbed a second Lugia instead of a Minchino, I would have been safe from not getting V-Star out on turn 2. But I got greedy and expected the Flutter Mane to stick, and I shouldn't have gotten greedy with so much on the line. And I didn't learn my lesson. I'm going to do it again.
Hey, wants me to do it once? Hey, wants me to do it again?
Pretty much. I will always play greedy. Is it suboptimal? Yeah. Does it cost me games? Yeah. But sometimes, like 1 time out of 5, it wins me games, and that feels good.
Do you remember how it's set up on phone?
Yeah. Once you have it open, once you're in the voice chat, it'll have like our 3 pictures. If you tap anywhere in the call, it'll bring up options on the bottom, and there's just a screen share option. Let me swap to my phone real quick to like double check that that's how it is. So I'm gonna get disconnected for like 2 seconds. Where am I? I'm here. Join. The channel's full. I'll just leave that.
Oh, it looks like he's got it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're gonna see the finals, but it's gonna be on phone.
That's fine. I honestly, because I only play live on my phone, I prefer seeing it on phone. But back-to-back finals for Poplio.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But this is a point where we don't have an option, and this is how we're going to get footage. So,
and hey, I'm okay with it. This is my preferred method. It's just a little wonky for your stream, but I guess that means you can like put like
Subway Surfers on both sides.
Things on the side of the screen, yeah. You can put like their names, their records.
I can put pictures of myself going, yeah. Actually, let me see if I have it. Let me. I actually have a board state I use in the background for like when I'm doing overlays.
Hold on, I swapped headphones and my headset decided that it no longer wants to work. I have to swap things. Give me a second.
Wait, no worries.
Wait, what? No, that's the right thing. It should be set to that. Why don't I have sound?
We do see Blocklax here having the optimal start as Cramrat's the only thing. Now, one of the biggest issues Blocklax does run into this. Ooh, double Eerie prize. Is that you just can't drop Mimikyu and call a game. And they prize double Eerie.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, that still gives Lost Box more outs because now you can't get rid of their items easily.
Yeah, but they'll build up the big hand and then use a row 6 them, and then you're able to Misfortune Sisters. So like Eerie's not even that good in this matchup. If the Lost Box player is smart, they'll use their switching cards as soon as they get into them, as soon as they're relevant, and they won't hold on to them. And if they're in their hand, they'll do everything they can to bait their opponent into bossing them up. Eerie's not the... Don't get me wrong, you're right. Eerie would make the matchup easier, but if these two players are as skilled as being in finals makes me feel they are, it would probably not matter too much. Ah, no.
Sableye.
The amount of times I've accidentally misclicked Instant Charge when I meant to Star Alchemy. I know what their win con is.
That is 100% an issue I have with live, even comparatively to like Pocket, is that
huge.
It's just how it scrolls.
Yeah.
Like, please don't make me scroll.
I don't like when I click on a card and I get to choose if I'm using its ability. It's like kind of tilted. It's like sideways. It's like
It's awkward.
I just wish that like the card popped up in front of me and showed me everything without me needing to scroll. I don't know why I have to scroll. There's enough space on the screen. Ooh, gets to Lost Zone those double comb phase, making themselves safe here.
Now we start seeing the 110. Everything out there can attack right now. Everything.
Uh-oh, we drew the boss. Ooh. Might take the penny, be able to stall for a turn. Just try and buy time while you continue to set up. Handheld fan not really super useful here because 0 energy on board, but double boss, misfortune. Not looking great, honestly, for Snorlax. But they have Zerosix and they have Misfortune Sisters. The Snorlax player's fine.
16 cards in hand. That's Rosic's gonna hurt.
Yeah. My favorite is waiting until my opponent's deck is super low using Zerosix, and then it puts them in Iono deck out range, and then you just Iono them. Boss on Rotom? Yep. Only 5 in the Lost Zone, hits for 110. We do have the Switch card, we have Penny also, which would allow us to get the Forest Seal Stone off of Rotom. Honestly, our hand's big enough that I don't think we need to keep instant charging. Cornerstone comes down, nothing in the deck can get around it aside from Sableye. Sableye needs energy.
Cornerstone? Terapagos can.
Oh, true. But do you really want to promote Terapagos? Do you really want to bench Terapagos?
It can attack.
That 3 energy's on it. Yeah, but that 3 energy goes on it, and it's stuck. You're not getting that 3 energy back for the rest of the game.
They do play fan.
That would be my concern.
Like, we did see them use a Lost Vacuum earlier, but they play two handheld fans knowing that with open deck lists, you should be saving those lost vacuums.
Mm-hmm. 24-hour charity shuffling stream. I'll be honest, I have pretty bad carpal tunnel. I'm going on hour 3 of shuffling right now. I'm not doing great. But this is the second to last deck, and there's only 27 minutes left until it's officially played 20 games. So I want to finish it, and then like 2 days, maybe on Sunday, I'll do the remaining deck. I don't know. What are we setting up here?
Probably the
Energy to
Sableye?
Cramorant. Yeah, it's going to be energy on... Oh?
Pikachu?
Oh, we probably have a Gust effect.
Or alternatively, they have. I believe they play Cancel and Clone. I am going to
I brought up their deck list. Where is it?
Yeah, Professor.
They do not.
You do not. Prime Catcher taking out the Rotom.
Yep.
Okay, I could buy that. I'll buy that for $1.
Carpal tunnel. Bone app the teeth. Only a 9-card hand now for their opponent. I think it's bench Rotom, use Misfortune Sisters. And I mean not bench Rotom, bench the Snorlax. Already down 2 Mirage Gates though. Feeling good about this Pikachu being stuck. Yeah.
All right, I'll admit a little law breaking here. I use the carpool lane when it says 3+ gets free in the toll when I only have 2 people in there.
That's messed up.
That's horrible.
My wife doesn't let me use the carpool lane.
My wife wants me to use the carpool lane.
My wife is like, we should use the carpool lane because there's 2 of us. And I'm like, yeah, we should. And she's like, actually, don't. We're not in a rush. We shouldn't back it up. And I look over and there's like 0 traffic. And I'm like, what are you on about?
Right? That's like
Terrible ace spec.
That's like Mrs. Doom. She's like, just get in there. And she's like, the 3+ thing. It's just like, are they going to see that you see your back seat? They'll see 2 real people up there, and you'd be like, is there a little kid back there or something? I don't know.
Ooh, penny.
They're looking for the easy people to hit. Like you have just some reasonable doubt, or it's like 8:58 and it cycles over in 2 minutes. Oh boy. Well, you know what? You know what? Cops will do that.
Yeah.
I had one give me they would sit outside of our office and wait for people to park out in front of it at 8:59, and when parking would start at 9, and they would show up and give you a ticket. It was like, it was so bad. And like everybody fought it, and the judges would just be like, well, you are a minute below, so we'll like cut it in half or 3/4, and you still had to pay a fine for showing up at 8:59.
That's so stupid.
Yeah. They're running out of
I
cards.
just want to point out 8 cards in deck, 12 cards in hand. Zero sick to 3, you're at 11. But I don't know if they have a way to save this cornerstone. They're very low on pennies. We've seen them use 2, I think, and we haven't seen a pal pad yet. Oh, wait, a pal pad.
Okay, we got a little bit of heal here. Counter
Which
catcher.
card does not put us out of range?
But this move here makes it a little bit more difficult for him.
Yeah, I feel like I would have Zerosicked before taking any of my actions, so that way my opponent couldn't take these actions into account, but it probably won't matter.
That was a lot of
Pal pad,
cards.
get those pennies back. Get those pennies back.
I don't know if I agree with this Rosic.
If you're trying to deck them out, it is the best way to deck out a Lost Zone deck just because of how many cards they put in their hand. Obviously not this Lost Box player, but it prevents them from being able to use Iono to stay in the game. At this situation, they do need to find a penny and be able to pick up this Rotom, because if their opponent's able to get that Rotom into the active, it is just it.
Would it be worth putting the Bravery Charm on the Rotom anyways? No, if you're doing 12.
Well, they would gust it up and then use Topaz Bolt. But they got rid of all their gates.
Yeah, there's no gates left.
I think there might actually be one. I might be wrong. Bravery Charm puts... Okay. Just get it out of the hand, I suppose. What do we have left? Colors, Comfey, Energy. Fan's useless here.
No penny.
Countercatcher.
Countercatcher's so huge though.
All 12 of this is going to go onto the Rotom. No penny.
Well, let's see what the top deck is. 7 cards. We know there's at least 1 penny back in there. So 1 in 7 chance?
Yep, 1 penny.
Oh, you have the
2
option.
Pokegears, guaranteed. Guaranteed. You gotta take the penny.
They're going to Iono them? I hope they don't have it? Or they're just taking the Iono for now?
They scared me. Don't bench it again. Pull up the Comfey, laugh at them. That's 3 switch cards, 1 switch, 1 prime catcher, none in the Lost Zone. Their deck list is the 4 switch carts and 2 switches. So 1 switch cart, 1 switch left in deck. And they have already used their prime catcher. No jet energy, notably.
No.
So 2 switching cards left, hypothetically.
Lost Boxes just aren't running it. Giratina still are, but Giratina's so off and like not good land anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 switch cards left. Here's one of them. But we have the boss in hand, so we don't even care.
I think at this point we're going to a game 2.
Yep. Because even if their opponent has this one, they're going to knock out the Snorlax, then you just gust up the Cramorant again, the Comfey again. That should be 6 switch cards. They are down 4 switch cards. They are down everything. They actually don't have anything anymore. Double checking, switch cards, switches, prime catcher. 4-2-1. And we know all 4-2-1 are in the discard pile, so.
Last card.
Should be game.
Should be. I'm confidently pressing the button for 1-0 Popplio King.
Like I said, you don't need the Eries. That went so smooth. A little scare at the end with the penny, but I just need game 2 to last 19 minutes. I really want to finish shuffling this deck. Alright. Can we see Lost Box clawed back? I feel like Pikachu hitting the field there was just devastating. Like, sure, it can take those knockouts, but like having to discard the energy, use Mirage Gate to be able to swing with it, it's just such a resource commitment that there's no way it's ever a good payoff.
No.
Ideally, you can flood your board with Cramorants and Sableye and nothing else, and I'm pretty sure the list only plays one of each. Yeah. Gotta hope the flutes don't hit.
I've had people I know who play Blocklax hit 0 flutes, like just go 0 for 4. We've had that happen on stream, where they just go 0 for 4 and it just doesn't matter.
Wrote him. Snorlax. Bravery Charm onto the active. Oh, never mind. Oh my god. We're chilling. We're big chilling. We literally don't care right now. Alright, you gotta throw basics in the Lost Zone. You have to throw basics in the Lost Zone.
They're one a basic. You know what? Night Searcher's right, because you're never gonna grab anything with it.
But they're stuck with Comfey in the active. Like, that's the issue right now. This Comfey is in the active, and having a Comfey on the bench is basically a death sentence. Their best bet is to be able to set up our Terapagos and then use Lost Vacuums to get rid of the fan. And then just keep swinging with Terapagos whenever you can, and you'll be able to take 6 prizes. Ooh, one of the switching cards is gone. We're down to 6 switch cards now. If we get rid of one more switching card, and then penny up the Rotom, there shouldn't be a way for our opponent to win as long as we can continuously gust up this Comfey. Because there's no way for the deck to take 6 prizes with 5s. Oh, okay, that's right. Pokestop. I saw the switch card hit the discard pile, and I was like, I forgot what was happening.
All right, if we want to see the Cramorant come up here.
Oh, but no, you can't. If you use one of the switching cards just to deal 110, if your opponent has a gust, you're missing.
It really does feel like the Terapagos would be your best bet here.
It's your only bet here. Like, you're better off not attacking and not using switch cards until you have a guaranteed knockout. You have 6 switch cards left in deck. Now you only have 5. If they pick up that penny, you can't take 5 prize cards. You can't take 6 prize cards with 5 switch cards. It just doesn't work. they have to find a way to be able to KO this Rotom. They have to KO the Rotom and then KO any 2-prizer that Poplio puts down for the rest of the game. There is a world where Poplio, if they lose the Rotom, they don't get their hand built back up and get stuck, and the Lost Zone player can run with it that way, but I'm pretty sure this is already locked for Poplio.
Iron Hands on the Snorlax. We're just see a manual attached to the bear.
You can set it up to attack. It is an attacker.
Well, it's
Now,
just
the Comfey hits the field.
it feels like it's just too much energy there. Whereas in
I would agree. But okay, so they play 9 energy total. As long as none are Lost Zone, they can fully set up the bear and Terapagos and have 1 to spare. Do I think they will? No.
No.
But they could.
Terapagos and dependent Iron Hands would be the better attackers over the bear.
Yep.
But they play enough of the basic lightning energy, except they don't play Iron Hands. So, yeah.
Oh, is that they cut for Terapagos?
Yeah, that's why I think they cut for Terapagos. Yeah, because Iron Hands here, if you could get it all 4 energy, you could get 2 prizes on the Snorlax. You're still hitting 160 with this other attack that can get you prizes. It hits into the cornerstone. The only thing it doesn't really hit into is the Mimikyu.
That is another switch card gone. I think even if we KO this Rotom, Lost Box no longer has a win condition.
I agree. It's just to a point where this feels like it hurts.
That early Prime Catcher hit and that early switch card hit, I don't think there's a way. Using that switch card on that turn, like in the Lost Box matchup, you cannot be using your switch cards unless you have knockouts. And you have to rush to be able to set up those knockouts. You can use your Comfies. You can set them up and like have one active and be using flower selecting to accelerate your Mirage Gate plan and then use your switching cards to always take a knockout. And that's not a problem. Like that is a good plan to do, but so many Lost Box players just scared of using flower selecting. They're scared of getting decked out. They're scared of not being able to switch when they need to. We already see all 4 switch cards gone and Prime Catcher. This Lost Box player has 2 switch left, and then nothing. Drop fan on the active Snorlax. This is disgusting. Hell, I'd get Eerie. Yeah. Flute, baby! Swing into the Snorlax. Okay, lost vacuum the fan. That's fair. And this is a knockout we're taking without using a switching card. So this is relevant. Anytime this bear is able to get a knockout is huge. But we have double Counter Catcher in hand.
This is where like
No.
Iono. This is really yeah. This is like the hard part. It's like how do you deal with this?
It is worth noting that if the Lost Box player has access to their boss, they can boss up the Rotom, which will afford them another turn to retreat. There's one of the switches. That's it. But they can boss up the Rotom here, and then use an energy to retreat, and they'll go down to 3 prizes. And then with 1 switch card, they will have to find a way to be able to take 3 more prizes. They can't do it. But they're going to try, and they should.
They should always be trying.
Just not the only hand disruption in this Lost Zone deck is Roxanne, and you know, against control, does that really matter? Not unless you're playing Dusknors. And Dusknor is such a good card into control. You just fill your bench with Duskulls. If they throw one into the active, you evolve it into Dusclops. You give them a there's the concede.
Yeah, they're just conceding. So with that, Populo King finally closes it out, gets the win. Snorlax keeps coming in every week. Like at this point, if you're playing in my tournament, you should be teching for Blocklax. I feel it's just going to show up, and the players who play it a lot. Like you just heard Eliza talking about all the win outs, every single play, and what happened. That's what happened. Like I've had multiple Lost Zone players tell me you need to play the Rotom against control, take out all their items, force them to find everything else, depend on it, like do that to them. But like you have to find it, you still have to get it out there, kind of thing.
But we saw it here. It didn't like. How often was Poplio playing items? It was just Palpad. There was nothing else. The rest of it was all just support. Flutes were in the early game, but like unless you get that Rotom out early, and it was Flutes because he was able to search his deck for it and then use it multiple times off of supporters. So like I don't even know if the Rotom helps.
I'm not sure either, but I do know also the same people are saying that use it for the mirror.
That's fair. Probably cracked into the mirror.
So they're probably reaching a hoping that is. I do not play it in there in Lost Zone. Maybe you just take the L to control. Or you have to.
But if you bring up Rotom and I have Snorlax active, I'm laughing at you. Why? What does that do for you? You're stuck.
Hoping you don't get your flutes, but then again, like I said, they're stuck. That's going to be in the game.
Yeah, but you're Rotom. You're Rotom in the active. I don't care. I don't need flute. You gave me something.
For me personally, I'm just like, you know what? I'll play it. Hope for the best. Play Archaludon. That beats control because it's got basic single prizers and it's got energy acceleration. And it plays very little Pokemon to flute.
You know what beats control?
Control.
Reggie's beats control.
Lugia.
Lugia beats control. All my decks beat control.
All right, with this, let's go ahead and get ready to call it a night. This is actually like one of the earliest endings I've had in a while.
And I'm so happy for it.
It does not look like anybody is actually on, except for the people who are just doing the drop runs over and over and over again. So I'm going to send everyone off to one of my favorite streams, the Marine Mammal Rescue. The otters are the best. You can't tell me the otters aren't great. But sorry YouTube, I can't send you off to the otters, but everybody else gets to see the otters. Eliza, any last minute promotion you want to do before we call it a night?
Please follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. I'm talking about Reggie's a lot recently. The sleeve blind test videos are going to be done being recorded next weekend because I have nothing going on just so I can record those videos. And so we're going to see the sleeve blind test drop hopefully before December 1st. I wanted it out in November, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm excited for it. And I'm Senior Doom. I'll be back Tuesday after not having the challenge earlier this week because, hey, power was gone. We still have actually I think there's still 6,000 people in this area without power. Pretty bad up here in Seattle, but hey, enjoy some otters or do whatever else. Have a good rest of your night or day, depending on where you're at, and hopefully I will see you Tuesday.